Creator, may your spirit and guidance be in us as we work for the benefit of all our people, for peace and justice in our land, and for the constant recognition of the dignity and aspirations of those whom we serve. Merci.
Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon. Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic has challenged us all in many ways, but none of us more so than within the Health and Social Services system. The protection of our residents is our #1 priority. In order to meet the challenge, our system quickly mobilized a number of critical pieces that enabled our territory to respond effectively to the pandemic. We did this through the implementation of decisive public health measures and a coordinated approach to health services. We provided the necessary testing, tracing, and care to manage cases and make best use of our limited health resources. The public health measures and orders put in place by the Chief Public Health Officer and the diligence of our residents and businesses in following them has meant that we have been able to contain cases in the N.W.T. These measures have not been easy and have had a significant impact on everyone, but we have been successful in protecting our residents from the spread of COVID-19 and avoiding the return to more stringent measures. Mr. Speaker, the expansion of territory testing and analysis within the territory has been critical in order to respond quickly to positive cases and implement the necessary care and safety precautions to individuals and community members. We now have rapid point-of-care testing capacity in all our community health centers, which we can deliver initial results in as little as 15 minutes. Confirmatory testing is completed using the gold standard polymerase chain reaction testing, or PCR testing methodology at the Stanton and N.W.T hospital lab sites, significantly improving turnaround times to an average of 24 to 48 hours. Mr. Speaker, wastewater testing has proven to be an effective early warning system detecting COVID-19 in our communities. To date, we have implemented this testing in Yellowknife, Hay River, Fort Simpson, N.W.T, and Fort Smith. This surveillance program is a collaborative effort between community governments, environment and natural resources, municipal and community affairs, health and social services, and the Public Health Agency of Canada. Wastewater testing has enabled us to detect COVID-19 in Yellowknife, Fort Smith, and Hay River. When we identify positive results, public health officials begin contact tracing and implementing other public health prevention measures to manage the spread of COVID-19. We saw how this works last month as part of the public health response to contain the cluster of COVID-19 cases in Fort Liard. When wastewater testing in Hay River picked up a positive viral signal, we launched a coordinated response that included enhanced sewage surveillance, targeted testing for people who had been self-isolating, and dedicated clinics and extended hours to test individuals for COVID-19. When the source of infection was traced to Fort Liard, a rapid response team was immediately deployed to assist with contact tracing, self-isolation logistics, and other essential tasks to contain the virus and help protect vulnerable people. Mr. Speaker, the responses to prevent exposure and transmission of COVID-19 among our residents have had unintended impacts on our mental health and sense of well-being. The Health and Social Services system is committed to assist residents to cope with these impacts through improved service delivery, community partnerships, and ongoing communications. Some of the actions that we have taken to support individuals and families include providing short-term financial support to families who cannot get assistance from other N.W.T programs, and providing services to vulnerable residents in Yellowknife, Inuvik, and Hay River. We have also increased the frequency of our advertising campaign to raise awareness of the availability of key services like family violence shelters, community counseling programs, and helplines. Mr. Speaker, to support residents with mental health or addictions concerns, we established the Territorial COVID Navigator in partnership with 811 and Protect N.W.T. The COVID Navigator can help residents connect or reconnect with the appropriate health and social services resources, including their local community counseling program. Mr. Speaker, in closing, on behalf of Cabinet, I want to thank residents and businesses for staying the course, for following the public health orders, and for coming forward for COVID-19 testing when asked through public health advisories. Our current success would not be possible without the commitment made by every resident of the N.W.T. I am impressed and inspired by Northerners. I want to provide thanks to all the Health and Social Services staff. The response to this crisis is a testament to the hard work and dedication of all these professionals to protect the health and safety of N.W.T residents. I am asking residents to continue to follow the recommended measures to keep us protected while we work through the vaccine rollout. Please continue to practice the healthy habits that we know work to stop the spread of COVID-19. These measures, including self-isolating when required, staying home if you are sick, getting tested at the first sign of symptoms, wearing a mask when you're out, washing your hands frequently, and keeping a safe distance from others, even if you have had your vaccine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for education, culture, and employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when this government committed to establishing a polytechnic university, we did so with the promise that we would be transparent in the process. Guided by the N.W.T post-secondary education framework, there were a number of key documents released last fall that explain the process of transformation, and those documents, the implementation plan and the areas of specialization for the Polytechnic University, continue to guide the process. But transparency does not stop there. Mr. Speaker, in October, we launched the Aurora College Transformation website to meet that promise of transparency and accountability. Visitors to the site can track the progress of the transformation. Today, I'm pleased to announce another way to keep up to date on the progress of the transformation with the release of the first quarterly report. This report adds another level of transparency and accountability for partners, key stakeholders, and the public. Mr. Speaker, the transformation process is a multi-year initiative that includes meeting 81 commitments and more than 100 milestones over the course of 6 years. The quarterly report released today tracks the progress of these commitments and milestones in the 5 focus areas of the transformation: academic program management, accountability, governance, operations and recruitment and retention of students. The report illustrates the number of key milestones that were completed in 2020, the key milestones that are planned for the duration of the transformation. It shows how many milestones are completed, in progress, and not yet started, in addition to highlights in each area of focus. Mr. Speaker, Indigenous governments, the public, our partners, and key stakeholders can expect to see this level of transparency and accountability in quarterly reports until we launch the Polytechnic University. Between publication dates, those interested can track our progress on the Aurora College Transformation web pages to get monthly updates on specific milestones, on engagement opportunities, and to learn more about the transformation in general. Mr. Speaker, 2020 was an important year for the transformation, and many critical milestones were completed, and many key documents were developed and released. In 2021, there are 2 critical milestones scheduled: amendments to the Aurora College Act and the development of the first ever 3-year academic plan. There's also a great deal of work taking place on the other 106 milestones currently planned. That is why we've created the quarterly report. With an initiative as important as the transformation, it's important to celebrate all of our successes. Mr. Speaker, our commitment to transform Aurora College into a sustainable, effective, and efficient polytechnic university will provide more post-secondary education opportunities for residents right here in the territory. Those opportunities will include increased access to learning in every community, laddered programming from literacy to upgrading to certificate and degree, and new programs in the coming years that are aligned with the Polytechnic University's area of specialization. All of these changes are to ensure that Northerners are first in line for in-demand jobs and that we can leverage our strong connections to land, tradition, community, and people. Mr. Speaker, in addition, the successful transformation to a Polytechnic University will result in significant and wide-ranging economic recovery for the N.W.T, including preparing Northerners for employment, supporting business by supporting changing labour demands, expansion of infrastructure, development of co-investment partnerships, focusing on finding innovative solutions to Northern issues, and capitalizing on Northern opportunities. Mr. Speaker, the quarterly report delivers on our promise to be transparent and accountable. I hope that it will also help deepen the understanding of what the Polytechnic University will mean to residents, to communities, and to the territory. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I'm going to talk about the N.W.T. Summer Student Program. Last year, the government of the Northwest Territories hired far fewer summer students than normally would in an average year. Last year, however, was not a normal year, given the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic forced the government to reevaluate its hiring practices and partially restructure their human resource procedures. In essence, the government needed more time to prepare itself to operate under pandemic conditions. Therefore, the government hired fewer students so they would have a smaller workforce to oversee during COVID-19. Well, Mr. Speaker, the government has had only 1 year now to prepare itself for the large influx of incoming summer students. By now, I expect the government to have a concrete plan in place for the Summer Student Employment Program for 2021. During Committee of the Whole the other day, the Finance Minister mentioned that some job offers have already been sent out to potential summer student hires. This is very promising news for our students. Mr. Speaker, as I said in the member statement last May, COVID-19 or not, our students need to continue to be supported with employment opportunities and work experience. I realize that working in the public sector is not a shared goal for every summer student, but regardless, these summer student opportunities offers them level of employment choices for students in the N.W.T. Our students deserve every opportunity they can in order to find work to support their studies and transition into full-time employment within our workforce. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I strongly hope that our government will maximize the number of summer students hired by the Government of the Northwest Territories for 2021. We must signal to our students that they are not forgotten and they are valued. I will have questions for the Minister responsible for Human Resources later today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to bring recognition to the Moosehide Campaign Day, which is now in its 10th year since it began, to bring awareness to stand up against violence towards women and children. Mr. Speaker, violence against women and children in the North is 10 times the national average, and that is only what has been reported. Many instances go unreported for many reasons. The root cause of this violence against women comes from various impacts of colonialism, residential school trauma, lack of employment, housing, adequate health and mental health supports, education, addictions. I could go on. There are things my colleagues and myself have raised in this House during every sitting. Women and children in the North cannot seem to escape this trend. I'm positive every one of us in this room at some point in their life has been witness to, know someone, or even experienced it themselves. Mr. Speaker, it is so common in Indigenous communities, it's almost considered normal. I would like to be loud and clear, this is not normal. We need to speak up for ourselves, for our women, and for our girls. Mr. Speaker, the Moosehide campaign, as I mentioned, is to raise awareness, and its goal is to end violence towards women and children. Those who wear the Moosehide Square are taking the pledge to stand up and speak out against violence towards women and girls, to support each other as men, and to hold each other accountable, to teach our young boys about the true meaning of love and respect, and to be a healthy role model for them, to heal themselves as men, and will support their brothers on their healing journey. Mr. Speaker, the Moosehide campaign supports any effort to raise awareness and bring an end to gender-based and domestic violence across all sectors of society. So I encourage everyone to take the pledge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes. Colleagues, before we continue, just want to remind members to please ensure your devices are shut off and your phones. It's actually why I don't bring my phone in here. But that goes for everyone. Thank you. Next we have Member for Kamloops.
Mr. Speaker, this year marks a decade since the annual Moosehide campaign began efforts to end family violence through education, support, and healing. This week I introduced you to Avery, a real N.W.T. resident with a fictional name whose story includes family violence. The N.W.T. has the second highest rates of family violence in Canada, and the Department of Justice funds the Men's New Day program to help men learn new coping mechanisms to improve their relationships with their partners and families. It's the N.W.T's only support service focused on men who use violence in intimate relationships. Once run by the Tree of Peace Friendship Centre as an open drop-in support service, the New Day program was moved to the John Howard Society in 2017 following a $40,000 report commissioned by Justice on the state of the program. The report recommended that the program needed to be more fluid, more than just a curriculum, and that community outreach should be considered as part of any future program plans. Mr. Speaker, I have 3 significant concerns. Program participation dropped significantly after its move to the John Howard Society. The dwindling New Day program remains this government's flagship support for men, and support programs cannot continue to solely exist in Yellowknife. Like many members in previous assemblies, I am concerned about the future of this program. John Howard's 4-year contract with the New Day program ends next month, and there is uncertainty about its future. In Avery's case, the family called the John Howard Society. They were told they needed to book an appointment, but before that, the participant had to be screened by a counselor to be admitted to see a wellness counselor. Men face stigma about seeking help, Mr. Speaker. Pre-screening seems to be an unnecessary barrier to those seeking help. If the family has gotten so far that they have convinced a father, husband, or son to get help, that should be all that is required for program admission. Family violence is not isolated in Yellowknife. It is found in every community, in every income bracket, and sometimes behind curtains you least expect. I look forward to learning about the future plans for this program from the Minister of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Colleagues, just want to remind members, please slow down. Interpreters are having trouble keeping up, so just keep that in mind. I know. Don't worry about the clock. We'll always make time. Okay. Member statements. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think maybe we should all kind of walk out of here and come back in and start over. Anyways, Mr. Speaker, this morning as I sat in front of my computer thinking about my member statement for today, I reflected on a question recently posed by one of the media outlets. The question asked was, what are my priorities going into this session? I did not respond to the media, however, I will answer the question here. Mr. Speaker, my priority has been and will continue to be the constituents of Hay River and those who reach out to me for support no matter what region they are from. The issue or issues each constituent brings to me is of importance to them, therefore it is of importance to me. So when I reach out to any one of you on the other side of this floor with a constituent issue, I would ask that you please take the issue seriously and, prior to your response, place yourself in their shoes. Mr. Speaker, when someone comes to me because they are about to be evicted from their home, find themselves homeless, have been on a housing waiting list for up to 8 years and still holding out hope, cannot pay their rent or utilities, have no food for their children, being mistreated due to the color of their skin, having their health issues dismissed by healthcare workers because of perceived notions, a P1 being overlooked for a job or promotion because management does not want to see them fail, then find out it was filled with a P2, P3, someone's spouse, or a friend from the South. Employees crying because they are being bullied and harassed at work, losing contracts to Southern firms because of a storefront office, losing a contract to a Southern firm and hearing the standing government line that we followed our policy and the process was fair, or your bid was non-compliant. Receiving a standing offer agreement and not receiving any work, contractors not being paid in the 20 and 30 days that we established. These are only some of the real issues that matter to me. Mr. Speaker, we are elected to make a difference and solve issues that matter to our constituents. We need to start making change where it counts, and that change has to start at the grassroots level. I do not see that happening. Mr. Speaker, if we can improve the lives of our constituents and ensure our northern businesses are benefiting from government contracts and resource development, only then can we say we are doing what we were elected to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Member statements. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since the beginning of this session, I've spoken a lot about the anxiety and worry myself and our residents are feeling as this pandemic continues on. For myself personally, I live alone and find the restrictions imposed over the last year, and particularly during the initial phase of the lockdown, very hard to adhere to as a single person. My social life, my human interaction, comes from people external to my household. When that was removed and even a hug from a friend made me feel guilty, the isolation that can only come from living alone was only amplified. As I continue to address mental health issues in my role as an MLA, I've had numerous residents come forward to tell me that they feel the same, and some of those people are our teachers. Many of our teachers come to the north from the south. Often they are young, new to the profession, and have not spent a lot of time away from the bustle of southern cities or in locations as remote as they may find themselves in the N.W.T. Often, our teachers rely on vacations and visits south to their families in order to recharge and maintain wellness, as this is the case for a lot of N.W.T. residents in general. Given the nature of the work teachers do, they do not have the option to work at home like many of us. Their jobs require them to be in close quarters, sometimes under less than hygienic conditions, which, given a global pandemic, must be causing a huge burden of stress not previously felt. Just ask any teacher how quickly the common cold or a flu would rip through a school in pre-COVID times. Now that illness brings the possibility of death, and with it a rise in anxiety for employees. I already feel that teaching is an underappreciated profession. I have childhood memories of my mom on the picket line in the pouring rain fighting for a cost of living raise of 30 cents. Often, I watched her work into the night, preparing lesson plans and spending easily 1/4 of her own salary every paycheck on supplies for her classroom. Teachers are dedicated, they care. In return, I want to show them that we care too, and I will have questions for the Minister of ECE at the appropriate time regarding supports for our teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Member Statements. Member Statements. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the reasons I believe our power corporation needs a new board, not made up of deputy ministers, is because it needs a fresh look at its goals and objectives. Is it an ally in fighting climate change, or a corporation determined to protect its bottom line at the expense of keeping our communities on diesel and at the expense of our ratepayers? Does its mandate include devolving energy sovereignty to Indigenous governments, or is it determined to maintain a public monopoly at all costs? We've seen the Northwest Territories Power Corporation resist handing over control of power systems to communities. This is because when a community increases its renewable energy capacity, net metering kicks in. And even if that community has 100% federal dollars, the NDPC is afraid it will lose ratepayers and the costs will have to be passed on to everyone else. This is not an easy decision to be made, and it's a complicated fight. But I believe the NTPC has lost its vision in where it's going. I would like to suggest another area for the NTPC to expand its mandate into: heat. The Northwest Territories Power Corporation in their act specifically includes district heating in the definition of energy, and it is well within their mandate to provide heating as a utility. District heating is proven to work. It comes with cost savings and it decreases emissions. However, the work needed here can't be done without coordination. It requires thought from start to the finish. Even if a community gets 100% federal funding and connects all of the residences in that community to district heat, they would then need to hire multiple staff to operate and establish a utility. And Mr. Speaker, especially in our underfunded communities, that is well beyond their mandate. What we are left with is proven technologies that lower the cost of living for our residents, with no one willing to implement them. Private enterprise is not equipped, nor are they able to access the same level of funding. My point being that there is nothing more I have to do as a legislator to permit the Power Corp to provide residents with district heating, a much-needed additional revenue stream for them, I might add. It is now a business decision by them. I know the City of Yellowknife would be very encouraged to put the pipes in the ground if the Power Corp and the Department of Infrastructure would assist and find some way to take on the utility management aspect. No one is better suited than the Power Corp to do this work. I will have questions for the Minister about directing the NTPC to begin this work and start getting themselves and our communities off diesel.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Member Statements. Member Statements. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's hard to believe it's almost been a year, a little over a year since this pandemic hit and has affected our people across the territory and across the world. Our medical systems are learning as they go. I want to acknowledge the good work on the N.W.T has done for coping in this crisis. 21,000 Canadians across Canada has lost their lives to COVID-19, not one in the N.W.T, and I thank God for that. I'm pleased to hear from my constituents the rollout of the COVID vaccine in N.W.T went well on the first shot inoculations going through the communities. Each community site was prepared for the rollout. The N.W.T communities were impressed by the preparedness of the vaccine teams and documented the people and those who were given the shots. Some of the N.W.T residents are experiencing a little sore arm, but a couple of days afterwards, but nobody reported any major illness or anything. So each N.W.T community has a social sharing grapevine, Mr. Speaker, Facebook. Most residents have about had time to get a shot and the vaccine available in their community. According to the HSS Authority website, vaccine teams will be visiting again soon. The schedule is Paulatuk, February 16, 17, Ulukaktok, February 16, 17, and 18, and Sax Harbor, February 18th and 19th. The updated schedule does not include Tuk, so today, Mr. Speaker, I'll be asking the Minister about that. I want to encourage all my constituents and residents across the N.W.T to stay vigilant, limit social gatherings, and wash their hands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Mumfui.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, I want to make a statement on caribou. If we the caribou management zone is an area where people are not allowed to hunt within this area, within this zone, and they move this zone every once in a while. And recently the elders have been calling me and they're saying that why is that zone getting bigger every year and it's getting really difficult to hunt in that area. So I've been getting a lot of phone calls from elders. When we look at this, our elders who had survived on the caribou, today they still depend on the caribou, but some days it's very difficult to go hunting. And these are the words that are coming from the elders that I'm bringing to you. So the Minister of ENR, what kind of policies and acts do they have in place, and how are they going to work with the elders in the community? These are some of my questions. I will refer to the ENR Minister. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Mumfui. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. On January 11th, 2021, there was a N.W.T news release about our first progress report on our territory-wide approach to climate change. Unfortunately, there was not much to report given the lack of progress over the last year. This may have been partially due to COVID, but it is also rooted in the faulty design of the climate change approach from the last cabinet that carries over into this assembly. As an example of the lack of progress, the decrease in greenhouse gas emissions last year was said to be a whopping 6 kilotons on total emissions of over 1,000, so less than 1%. Nowhere in the report does it say what the percentage of reductions was to the relevant to any baseline. The summary report claims that we are, quote, generally on track, end of quote, to meet the Pan-Canadian framework target of reducing our 2005 emissions by 30% by 2030. However, at this rate, it is very clear we will not reach the target on time. We still have an opportunity to shift course and join the growing international movement to save this planet from catastrophic climate change. The federal government signaled in its last speech from the throne that we need to move towards a net zero target by 2050. This means that there are no new greenhouse gas emissions unless there are reductions in other areas of the economy through actions such as energy conservation or efforts such as building retrofits or switching renewable energy for fossil fuels. The carbon tax bill squeaked through last Assembly with a vote of 10 to 8 at second reading. At that point, I said, I have consistently raised the need for an integrated approach to monitoring and public reporting of energy self-sufficiency, climate change, greenhouse gas reductions, carbon pricing, and the impacts on the cost of living, and this bill does not address that. The first attempt by our government to integrate reporting has not succeeded in my view. There are few links drawn between the carbon tax retained, investment in greenhouse gas reductions from those revenues and other funds, and how all of this links to the pan-Canadian target. There are also very few details on how this government has actually changed its way of making decisions to better account for and integrate climate change. I'll have questions later today for the Minister of Environment and Natural Resources as the lead minister on climate change. Must see, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Member Statements. Member Statements. Member for Nahende.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to recognize Mr. Mike Gaudette for receiving the 2020 Northwest Territories Park Hospitality Award. Mr. Gaudette's commitment to the tourism in the HO and the N.W.T. did not go unnoticed by a lot of N.W.T. residents who took advantage of a vacation in N.W.T. due to COVID this past summer. Today, I want to share my personal appreciation for the time and dedication that he and his staff displayed. I'd like to emphasize the significance him and his staff for being recognized as one of the top operators in N.W.T. The quality of life within the Northwest Territories would undoubtedly be diminished without selfless individuals like him and his staff, whom take it upon themselves to provide an experience in the N.W.T. that will be unforgettable. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to share with you some of the comments that were shared in his nomination. A great big thanks to the welcoming staff at the park, friendly and loving people. Their welcome made the experience better. Well-kept grounds and friendly staff. Mike is just an all-around genuine and nice guy who's extremely hardworking and really cares and takes pride in his work. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to stop in the Blackstone Park a couple of times this past summer, and it was amazing how much work had been done to improve the park and make the stay more enjoyable. During both visits, I witnessed Mike and his staff engage with park users to see if there was anything that they needed to make their stay much more enjoyable. As well, I heard from other Northerners throughout the summer about their positive experience with him and his staff. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank ITI for recognizing the meaningful work that he and his staff did this past summer. I believe this will help bring more visitors next summer to see the hidden beauty of this park it has to offer and give them the experience firsthand of Mike and staff's hospitality. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to serve and represent them in the Legislative Assembly of the Northwest Territories and cannot state my gratitude enough to justify the importance of excellent service they provided in the region and the N.W.T. I'd like to ask you to join me in giving a big round of applause. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nahende. Member Statements. Member Statements. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Replies to budget address, day 6 of 7. Member for Tunade-Welde.
What's the show, Mr. Speaker? As the member from Hay River mentioned earlier, you had a days to ponder, and you think about what you're going to say that morning. A lot of times you put together your statements, and I had a few days to think about this, and I'm glad I did. Because you have to remind yourself that our jobs are not a sprint, it's a marathon. We have to think about what we're going to say. And originally, there were some developments that happened in my riding I was very upset about, but I thought, you know what, I'm going to let this take my time. And sure enough, some things happened, some developments happened that happened for the better, and I'm glad they did. Overall, I'm glad to see some positive changes for the North from our riding to Tunade-Welde in the past week alone, as I mentioned. But overall, when I speak here today, that doesn't make my message any less pressing. But I still want a praising but firm address for our colleagues on the other side. And as the Minister of Finance quite eloquently put it last week, we are pushing forward as a government with cautious optimism. And I agree with that statement. And before I go into some of the politics of all this, I want to, Mr. Speaker, I want us to start off with a positive memory and positive thoughts. I think that's a good important thing to do, and not get into thinking into negative thoughts, because that's not a place where we should go as leaders. So, with that, not too long ago, I still remember, as a kid growing up here visiting my dad, one could take off with their little ones in the summer, right here downtown. And for example, there was Raven Mad Days going on. You could hear the live music. Kids running around, those are good memories. There'll be local businesses selling their goods. There'll be food carts and artisans selling their creations. Really good memories. I know many of us are missing those things, such as drum dances. Drum dances around a bonfire, the camaraderie, talking with elders, talking with your friends, laughing. Hand games, talent shows, jigging contests up north. We miss those things that are happening. I hope we get to the back of that soon, because that's community spirit, Mr. Speaker. And through that, I want everybody in the North to try to keep pushing forward, keep thinking positive, and because we're going to get back there eventually. And I mentioned before last year in an online address, we need to still continue to move along with patience and vigilance. And going back to some of our political discussions, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy we are starting to see some gradual changes in our policies in all departments. Some notable changes that I've seen so far that are some long-awaited changes coming through to our business incentive policy and procurement policies, for example. The main message I'd like to leave with my colleagues is a balanced approach. When you look at this budget or any other budget, and listening to a lot of my colleagues in the room, when we write down our messages, we come from all walks of life. We have our ideologies we come from different political beliefs and backgrounds, but I think overall we're starting to see some changes and we can agree on, and we're starting to get some consensus. So that's very, very, very comforting. But there's some things I think we could still work on. I'm still generally worried about the economy because there's still some lackadaisical messages. We're still a little bit lazy, for lack of a better word, in terms of getting some plan, like a clear economic recovery plan from our government. And we're still hearing it on this side of the House. We still need to find a clear plan, and I'm hoping we could hear some solid timelines, some clear guidelines, something come up through the works eventually, like very soon, because the longer we wait, it'll be just a detriment to our economy and our people in the North. And going back to a little bit, it was a bit about talking about the BIP policy earlier. Last year I joked, sitting here in the House when I did my budget address, that I thought it was comical that Walmart, an American company, was listed as it was a BIP listed. This is no longer funny to me anymore. It's a year later. There's something very broken with our system, with our incentive policies, if they exclude homegrown indigenous businesses such as N.W.T investments, and for them getting excuses why they can't be BIP listed. And looking through that, I can't think of any other way than saying then there's some racist barriers there. There's no other way to explain it. You can't draw any other conclusion, and we need to change that. We need to move away from that thinking. And if there are people in our government that think that way, they don't need to be there anymore. We need to get rid of them. I'm really firm on that. I can't stress that enough. Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping that our government tightens up our business policies and procedures when it comes to policies such as procurement and BIP processes. We need to be stricter with our policies and tighten up the wording for these directives, and they need to come from each and every department so they leave little room for manipulation or interpretation. We got to close up those loopholes, period. And if we stick to that road, if we stick down that road, there'll be more inclusion and less exclusion from our northern business and our people working in the north. And I guess above all else, we need to stop economic leakage out of the territory. Keep territorial money in the territory wherever we can and wherever we can. And Mr. Speaker, again, I'm going back to turn my attention to our Northern Aboriginal businesses. In a few statements this past year, I really tried to drive home this message of, again, keeping the money in territory. And I keep thinking of this term. I don't know if it was ever brought up, but I was thinking about it when I was writing this, territorialism. We got to think about ourselves. I'm going to keep on saying it until I'm blue in the face. We need to scrutinize every contract, every hire, every dollar from the public purse and try to keep it here. We need to look after our own. And the key is here not just to help our people survive, but we need to see them thrive. We need to see our businesses thrive and not just keep our noses above the water. Right now, we're not going in that direction. And through all this in my research, I heard an interesting statistic from one of our business leaders that for every dollar that the government invests into business, it translates into $7 into our local economies. That's huge. And through that, I thought about this more. The pandemic really is painting businesses into a corner. I don't want our government to put ourselves in a situation where it's basically an economic triage, where eventually we're going to have to be forced as which businesses we're going to bail out and which we're going to let go under. I really don't want to go down that road and have that burden. I don't want that to be our legacy. Mr. Speaker, the definition of free enterprise is when private companies compete for profit without government interference. I can tell you right now, because of this pandemic, the laissez-faire way of doing things or hands-off approach from the government has gone out the window. But I get it, I'm realistic. We're doing this to help save lives through the COVID pandemic and to keep the number of infections down. And through that, I would like to tell our residents again, as mentioned before earlier from one of my colleagues here, that we need to do our part to get immunized and follow directions from our medical experts. Mr. Speaker, so with that, what can we do as a territory to help our business, our corporate citizens in the North? One message I really want to drive home is to buy North. You know, over Christmas, you go out, you check your mail, and you see that little logo with the little arrow at the end of the Amazon logo. You know, so many people found it was just much more convenient. You know, I know that there's a pandemic going on, they're afraid to go out and mingle, go out in the stores and go to your local, to the northern end or to, places like Overlander but those businesses, like up north, and we're not doing that. I think before we hit that click button to our online shopping, we need to think about, our mom and pop stores in the North, because these mom and pop stores are the backbone of the North. They create jobs, they help people put food on their tables, help pay their bills, and the more we click on the online shopping button and help out the southern firms, the more that we're going to hurt our own people. So I want to make sure that we do that. I'm guilty of that, and I'm going to do my part to do better in that department. So with that, I urge all the residents to get out, go shop when you can, and just help keep our economy chugging along, because that's what we got to do. We got to keep persevering through this. Despite all this, again, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to go on with our northern businesses. I do see some great opportunities for our territory, and one opportunity I see is in remediation. And again, it's all about thinking through it and listening. And I did hear my colleague from Frame Lake mention earlier this week that he mentioned about remediation. I do believe he's onto something. So a lot of us don't agree with what he says, but he's been here a long time, and he's onto something. Yeah. I was speaking with some of the business leaders in the riding. I was told that the N.W.T is poised to become a world leader in mine remediation. And Chief, Dry Keys territory alone, there are 6 abandoned sites along the Immigrant Trail that the YKDF want cleaned up. And I didn't even get to mention the giant mine remediation yet. Right now, the financial responsibility lies within the federal government and their N.W.T control as part of devolution. There are great partnership opportunities. I'm really hoping our government can gain some traction in the life of this assembly and get things going. Again, it goes back to jobs, training opportunities, contracts, keeping the money here. And again, I mentioned I was quite angry about one item, and that item I was referring to as a Frontier Lodge. And I'm going to move to the other side of the lake, Mr. Speaker. So the Frontier Lodge, last year, the LKDFN, the Lutselk'e Dene First Nation, sent out correspondence to our government, to the MACA department in particular, to help to get the lodge off the ground and operating for last year's season. These talks broke down. This is unacceptable. It took over a year to finally get some movement on this file to help get this lodge operating again. And to just give a background for everybody, the Frontier Lodge is owned by an out-of-territory entity not too long ago. And in December 2019, that ownership changed to the LKDFN. So prior to that, there are no issues in terms of permitting, licensing, red tape to let them operate in peace. Since that changeover to an Aboriginal business, being the LKDFN, they're suddenly faced with these permitting barriers and red tape. How do you explain this? Again, it just goes back to that discrimination piece. There's no explanation. It shouldn't take a year to get back to an Indigenous government for something that is fairly simple to fix. But overall, I'm glad it's, I guess, for when I do my oral questions here, I think the Minister will give us some update, and I'm glad we're starting to get things moving again along in terms of that business. And we need to see that. And again, everything is always full circle. I mentioned in another, like last year's budget address, we dealt with the Depression in the 1920s, 1930s, sorry. How did they dig themselves out of that? Infrastructure. The U.S. and Canada, they put all their eggs in a basket, and they had no choice because of the stock market crash. They had to put their money into bridges. They had to put their money into sorry, my colleague from the Acknowledgements just made me laugh. They had to put their money into bridges, highways, infrastructure to help keep people working, and it's all about, trying to keep our economy moving along. And if history has taught us anything, investment in infrastructure is a good thing. It'll be good for short-term measures, but if it's done right, there could be some long-term opportunities through that. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping that we give our economic players a fighting chance, keeping them in the game, and bring back our economy vibrant state once again, to get back to life the way it once was, get our kids running around the streets down in Raven Mad days, covered in shaving cream, laughing, and seeing our local artisans, our businesses up and running again. It may seem like unrealistic, it doesn't seem like it's going to happen right now, but we will get back there, and I want to get that positive thought out there, to our message to our Northerners, and I really believe we can get there. Message to Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Tunde Wilde. Replies to budget address. Replies to budget address. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for the Nunavik Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of EC&E. Yesterday, we had our theme day, we had our economy theme day, and I asked the Minister my first two questions, and I was so excited about the responses that I got that I accidentally omitted one of them. So here I'm going to ask that question today. Mr. Speaker, I would like to know, how will this transformation of the Polytechnic grow space related to research in Nunavik? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nunavik Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for education, culture, and employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you can't blame the member. I talked about new jobs that are being created in Nunavik, and the great things that will be happening there as part of the transformation. Transforming to a polytechnic university means making research a bigger part of the institution. And part of the transformation planning, as part of it, work is underway, including building research capacity. Increased research capacity will come with increasing staff and expanding facilities. The college is already hiring 3 chairs. I mentioned one of them yesterday, the Climate Change Adaptation Research Chair located in Nunavik, as well as a chair located in Fort Smith and one located in Yellowknife. The institution will really evolve under the governance of the board, but we're already planning for Nunavik to be really the research center of the post-secondary. It will be where the most research capacity is, given what's already there. The Western Arctic Research Center at Aurora campus is a remarkable facility, and I'm confident that it'll be continued to be expanded in terms of staff and facilities going forward. There's already plans in place to replace the warehouse facility at the Western Arctic Research Center with something bigger that's going to attract more research partners. We've already gained partial federal funding for this, and we're looking for the rest so that we can get this work underway. We're working with in addition, the college is also working on implementing a research services team that will be tasked with building research capacity both inside the college and among other potential partners throughout the territory, such as Indigenous governments, communities, industry, and non-governmental organizations. And that's going to be a way to bring research dollars into the territory, not just for the college, but for everyone. The research team is expected to bring several more positions, in addition to the ones I've talked about, to Nunavik, as well as Yellowknife and Fort Smith. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister responsible for Human Resources tell us the total number of summer students that were hired for the summer of 2020? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, we had 236 students hired as summer students. 228 of those were Northwest Territories residents, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, can the Minister tell us if the Government of the Northwest Territories will be initiating any further holds on the hiring of summer students for 2021 as done in 2020? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Thabacha, Minister responsible for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, no, we're certainly not planning on any holds. Mr. Speaker, we didn't plan on any holds last year. Unfortunately, COVID-19 did create unexpected challenges, but given where we're at right now, I certainly am happy to say that there's no anticipation of any holds.
Minister, oral questions, member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister tell us if she anticipates the number of summer students hires for 2021 to be greater than the number of hires for 2020? If so, can she provide us with an estimate as to the number of summer student hires so far? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I do certainly anticipate the number of student hires to be much higher. And in fact, I hope it is a particularly good year for summer students. I can say, as I mentioned earlier, there were 236 hires last year. Typically, we have upwards of 600 students who register for the program. Last year, we only had 460 who registered for the program. As of right now, there are already 205 students registered for hire, and there are 7 who've already been hired or pending, and we are only in early February. So I do think the numbers right now are looking good, and hopeful again that will lead to a much higher number this summer.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last year I asked the Minister if the Department of Human Resources would create a hiring contingency plan in the event of an emergency, such as COVID-19. Can the Minister tell us what progress the Department has made in this area, specifically regarding summer student employment? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the summer student program is a very important tool that the Government of the Northwest Territories has to hire students to introduce them to government work, to introduce managers to potential future hires as a recruitment tool and a retention tool as well. So as it was last year, Mr. Speaker, once the COVID-19 pandemic went through the spring and the summer and workers returned to their offices, we were able to bring some students on. As I said, 236 students were hired. It right now does depend on each department what their needs are. And what we are trying to communicate again is that, number one is for students to register for the program, but then also for departments to be able to communicate their own needs and to be conscious of the fact that we will have a number of students who we want to have returning. So in short, Mr. Speaker, there's not a set contingency plan. It will, of course, depend department on department, and it depends on what may or may not come this summer. But right now, it is certainly our hope that we've learned a lot from last year's process and learned a lot about how to get people back to work. So relying on that, we're looking forward to a good season. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Mumphy.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Merci, Mr. Speaker. When I made my member's statement, I commented on the caribou management. And I also mentioned the hunting zone and how difficult it is for people to go hunting. So I'd like to ask ENR Minister a question. Before I ask that question, I want to say this question that I'm posing right now is coming directly from the elders. It's their words.
when I first spoke about the mobile zone on my member statement, I'd like to ask some few questions that has been outlined here by my elder in my constituency. So first and foremost is they like to know when was the first mobile zone initiated or established, and who made that decision, Mr. Speaker. Merci.
Member for Mumfway, Minister responsible for Environment and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the mobile zone was established in 2015. It involved the Clecho government in ENR. We looked at it. We've also looked at having discussions in 2018. So it started in 2015, and we've had further discussions with another discussion in 2018 about the mobile zone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Mumfway.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the next question that my elder, another elder from the community asked is that this mobile zone keeps getting bigger every year, and which makes it more challenging and difficult for the harvesters to be out there and get and harvest food for their family. So they're asking, why is it getting bigger every year when we have an opportunity to go out there? So basically, that's what one of the elders was asking. What's causing the increase in the line? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Mumfway, Minister responsible for ENR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I guess first of all, the perfect storm happened. The Beverly herd and the Bathurst herd and Blue News East herd got together, or kind of amalgamated together. So it was a concern. We also have our Bathurst crawler animals are out there, and so it has been impacted where everybody is. The Beverly, like I said, has moved in with it. So what has happened is it's a similar size, but it's kind of moved into the east further, which has had an impact on the road and that. So it's similar from last year, but it has been the perfect storm, and unfortunately, this is a situation that has occurred. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Mumfway.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, obviously, the elders predicted what kind of answers the minister was going to give. And so there's 3 herds. That means there's an increase in population of caribou herd. That should allow us to harvest in that area, not discouraging us to hunt, Mr. Speaker. So another elder, because I spoke to a few of them that called me just this past week, is that how are the elders engaged and involved in the decision-making of this mobile zone? I understand there's a WIC-AG board, but elders are asking, how are we involved as elders? Mr. Speaker, these are the words of the elders. Masi.
Member for Mumfui, Minister responsible for ENR.
Before I answer that question, I have to thank the member for these questions, and I appreciate he's talking to the elders. They are our foundation, and I've had the pleasure of just recently being the YK-Denny elders and having a good conversation with them, and I've made a commitment to other members that if elders wish, that I'm more than willing to meet with them. So moving forward, how was this developed? How were the elders engaged? The ENR staff, the Clecho government meetings, they invite our ENR staff in there. They have that opportunity to have that exchange. They hear their concerns and then they're brought forth to us. And the other thing is that the member talked about was the Wekwaji Renewable Resource Board. They represent the region and also the Clecho government. So we get information from them. We also get information from the chiefs and the Grand Chief and from the member as well. But more than willing to work with elders moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Mumfui.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it sounds like the elders should be all-inclusive. Sounds like there's only a handful of elders that may have been involved. The ones that are calling me have not been directly involved, and they won't be out there. Even 70 years of age, they won't be out there with us. But it's a bit of a challenge right now, because I've seen every Tuesday the boundary line changes. And it's substantial right now and making it more challenging for us to hunt. Anyways, next question I have, Mr. Speaker, is with respect to community hunts or harvesting from the community perspective, what kind of options are available for fuel subsidy or transport subsidy to McKay Lake? That's the only area that we can hunt. So what's available to the harvesters in my region? Masi.
Thank you, member for Mumfui. Minister responsible for Environment and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for that question. Good news. The Department of ENR has given $30,000 to the Clecho government to help the people in the riding, but it's just not for the Clecho. We've also done it the same thing with the YK-Denny, Litsuke-Denny, and the North Slave Métis. So we've given $30,000. We found the money within, thinking outside the box, as a member asked me yesterday, finding money to help that there. So we're willing to get that money out there. Again, I think the member talked about one thing, and I'd just like to say, for those elders that were missing, I'm more than willing to go on a tour with the member to meet with these elders. It's educational for me. It helps me. I bring staff in, they get to hear it as well, because we need to make informed decisions, and that's our traditional and local knowledge, and elders are a perfect avenue for it. So I'm more than willing to work with the member to attend meetings with them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My questions are for the Minister of ECE. Has the department developed any sort of COVID-specific mental wellness training or supports for teachers and students to deal with the ongoing stress and fatigue of the pandemic? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Great Slave. Minister responsible for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, ECE has developed, offered and delivered a professional development training session on promoting mental health and well-being in the time of COVID, recognizing, as I've said before in the House, that there's been few professions as upended as teaching due to the pandemic. Mental health and counseling services continue to be offered for JK to 12 students, either in person, virtually, or over the phone. And I'll note that in the early days of the pandemic, when students had to work from home, counselors went above and beyond to try and contact students in any way they could. It obviously wasn't a perfect situation, but the efforts have been made throughout. Teachers are also through their collective agreement, have access to a mental health program called Starling Minds and LifeSpeak. And I just know from speaking with teachers around the territory that these are really valuable resources and they're well utilized. And that's something that I know that a lot of teachers have relied on during the pandemic. There's also been virtual workshops and resources for education staff so that they're aware of and informed about some of the counseling options that they have, because sometimes people think they don't have access when really they do, and so we want to make sure that everyone knows every avenue that they have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for that and glad to hear that those supports are in place. I understand that confidentiality may be a bit of a factor, but can the Minister comment on whether or not they're seeing an increase in the number of teachers that are taking personal days or are going on stress leave as a result of COVID-19? Even if there's not specific data, maybe the Minister can speak a bit to any anecdotal evidence he's hearing to this. Thank you.
Slave Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's no doubt that this has been a stressful time, and I'm sure that there are teachers who have been very stressed by this. There's different situations across the territory, and so I've spoken with teachers who it's not really an issue in their community or their school, but other ones are really feeling it. And so I've heard anecdotes, of course. I don't have any hard numbers with me right now, but we can work with human resources and the education bodies and get that information, because I think it's important to know what the effects of this pandemic have been on our educators. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for that again. My next question is a really easy one, yes or no. Does the Minister commit to pushing with his colleagues for the teachers to be declared an essential worker and therefore be given the vaccine immediately as a priority group? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Minister responsible for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is, of course, a decision of the Chief Public Health Officer, who has made clear that she makes decisions based on public health information and not political pressure. That being said, we're always advocating for our teachers, and so I'm happy to bring this to the Chief Public Health Officer again for a discussion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think I heard a yes in there for the Minister to go and advocate on behalf of the teachers to be getting the vaccine. My last question, again, without sort of repeating maybe what was spoken in Committee of the Whole, but I would like to know if the Minister is going, or his department is going to increase funding to the 3 local school boards here in Yellowknife in order to deal with their rising insurance costs. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And for those who aren't aware, school boards, there are schools in the territory that are not owned by the N.W.T. Those are located in Yellowknife. They're owned by YCS and YK1, and because they're not N.W.T assets, they're insured by the school boards. School boards have been getting insurance through, I guess, like a cooperative in Alberta, a company that insures schools all over Alberta. However, given Alberta's recent history of floods and fires over the last number of years, which has been unprecedented, insurance costs have skyrocketed, and schools boards have been paying, collectively tens of millions, if not over $100 million more a year in insurance costs. The school boards in Yellowknife were also insured by that company, which has since actually wound up, and they had to go into the private market, so their costs have also skyrocketed. And so if those schools are uninsured and they burn down or they're damaged, well, it's on us to foot the bill to replace them or repair them, obviously, if there's significant damage that goes beyond regular maintenance. And we can't have the schools uninsured, so we are working with the school boards to figure out how we're going to address this, but of course we're going to have to offer some sort of support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for the N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question today for the Minister of Health and Social Services. Can the Minister tell me when the vaccine, I guess, team will be coming back into Tuck, because it's not on their scheduling to be visiting Tuktoyaktuk on the upcoming schedule. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nunukput. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. Mr. Speaker, the next round of vaccinations are going to be offered to the most remote communities with the least amount of healthcare infrastructure, and so that does not include Tuktoyaktuk. That is going to be scheduled separately, and at this time we don't have a date to provide the member for when the vaccine team will be into his community. Thank you.
Minister, oral questions. Member for Nunukput.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think Tuk's pretty remote, 3,000 kilometers away or 1,500. So anyways, I'm just, it's a concern for me. We had a pandemic in 1914 that killed 5,000 in Iqaluit, 18 miles away from Tuk. My elders are worried. I'm getting phone calls. Why are we put into that category of not, we have a road, yeah, but we have to drive 148 kilometers to the hospital one way. So I really am recommending this minister to tell Ms. Condola to get her staff into the community and put us on this list for getting these inoculations done. I have a card here from them saying we're 7 days out on this immunization card that the first needles went into everybody's arm up in Tuk. 7 days away, 8. So what's going to happen? It's not acceptable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nunukput. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are a few facts to bring into this conversation. The first is that our vaccine allocation was reduced by 38%. And as a result of that, we don't have as much vaccine as we did for the first shots. The second is that the immunity conferred by the first shot is 92%. So people who've had their first shot have almost as much immunity as the person who's had 2 shots. And the final point that I would like to make is that there is a period of time where people can receive their second shot without any hardship to their first one. That is no loss of effectiveness. And that's up to 42 days. We have already spoken publicly about the fact that because of the reduced vaccine shipments, some people will end up waiting longer for the second shot. But rest assured, there will be a second shot within that time. Thank you.
Questions. Member for Nunukput.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that when this 42 days is over and people don't get that inoculation shot for the second shot in Tuk, what do we start over? For first and second needles again, and we're waiting another 40 days? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nunukput. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we anticipate being able to give everyone their second shot within 42 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Nunukput.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, just in regards to that, if we're so short on inoculations for the community, we have people that never went and got their inoculation the first go-around. We have some elders that were out of town on medical, and are they still able to get their inoculation shots when the next go-around comes into the community at Tuk? And I need a date for the community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nunukput. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the vaccine team returns to any of the communities, the people who did not receive the vaccine for the first time, for any reason, whether they were not ready or they weren't there or whatever, they are eligible to receive their first shot at that time. The complete vaccination schedule is available on the NTHSSA website, and the schedule goes until next Friday. Tuk is not on that schedule, but I am anticipating that at some point early next week, there will be planning for the week of February the 22nd, and that the member can promote to his residents the timing of the clinic in Tuk. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Decho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Diabetes-related complications can be very serious and even life-threatening. Properly managing blood sugar levels reduces the risk of developing the complications associated with diabetes. Having a good diabetes program can help to prevent this or delay the onset of these complications. Mr. Speaker, I know for a fact that there is no diabetes program, a dedicated one, for the residents of my community, as I'd spoken about my personal experience recently. And it makes me wonder if there's any available services in all small health centers and in all small communities. I plead on behalf of the many diabetics in the Northwest Territories. Can the Minister of Health and Social Services investigate to ensure all small health centers are equipped to providing the diabetes program in all the small communities? Must
Thank you, Member for Decho. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I understand that for people who have a diagnosis and not a brand new diagnosis, there are blood tests that are taken at the health centers, and that blood is analyzed at one of the hospital labs. The results are sent back to the health centers with a flag if there is an issue that needs to be followed up. So it's my understanding that that is the way in which diabetes care is provided to communities outside of the regional hubs. I can certainly confirm if the member is particularly concerned about Fort Providence, that the general rule there applies to his community as well. Thank you.
Minister, oral questions. Member for Decho.
Yes, I know for quite some time, even before the current minister was the minister, I've been expressing concerns with probably nurse practitioners in the health center. Those are all the complaints I've been receiving from residents, and I'm not sure if there's anything related to my filing complaints that may have prevented my blood work that I did twice in that health center from ever leaving the health center or even being documented. That is my concern. And thus I asked, for an investigation. Plus, I've been asking for quite some time to have an evaluation program for all small health centers in all the small communities. Because nobody really knows what's really happening in all those small centers, small health centers. Nobody's evaluating anything, any of the programs, if there's any. Because I just spoke to a person this morning on the phone before showing up here, and they're stating the same thing. There's nothing there. It's supposed to be somebody that's appointed to do it. They're just not doing it. And I spoke to a nurse there myself personally, and they says, no, they don't have a program. So that's my concern. And it could be the same in all the small health centers. There's quite a number. I just want the health minister to say, yes, we will investigate and evaluate and look after the serious health concerns of the residents of the Northwest Territories. She can't do that kind of work, Masi.
Thank you. Take that as a comment, but I'll let the minister. Okay. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Haverhill South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just about to email the questions to the Premier. Mr. Speaker, in the North we have the haves and the have-nots. The haves are mostly government employees and those in YK or regional centres. The have-nots are those mostly in the small communities. I would ask the Premier to tell those who are struggling when this government will seriously start to address the issues each is dealing with on a daily basis, and when they can expect timely support to put a roof over their head and food on the table. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do always say that society is judged by how we treat our most marginalized populations, and I do agree that our smaller communities are some of our most marginalized populations. In fact, a lot of the people that come to our capital city are from smaller communities and end up in homeless shelters and struggling in our income support systems and all kinds of systems that aren't fair. So it's close to my heart, and I'm glad that we are looking at things. What are we doing? Health has community-based suicide prevention funds, money for them, peer support funds for people returning from treatment. Expansion of home care is going to happen. The Child and Family Services and the Healthy Family Programs is going to be expanded. And there's on-the-land treatment funding that I do remember the minister saying that it was undersubscribed the last time she had spoken in the House. So I'd really advocate for communities to access that funding if it's still undersubscribed. Housing, dear to my heart. That's why I came into politics. In the last government, and I'm confident that this government will do it as well, in the last government there was a direction from the housing minister at the time, which just happened to be me at the time, that homeless shelters need to be built in smaller communities. The majority, over 90% of people in homeless shelters in our capital city are from smaller communities. So in that government we did build homeless shelters, I believe in 3, and hopefully that'll continue. The 100 lease-to-own units, that's in our priorities. We don't own any property in Yellowknife, they're all apartments, so that all of those would actually be outside of our capital city, so that's a good news story. I did hear the minister actually just talk the other day about dealing with the insurance and the land tenure for housing, which was always an issue. So that is something that will help our smaller communities. The seniors' income threshold was just changed, one of the best things. I do remember an MLA saying in this House that a poor senior had a screwdriver stuck in their oil tank to be able to protect it, and I'm not okay with that. So that was changed. The Housing Minister did a great job in changing that, so only seniors that their own income, not their families, would be based on how to determine if they needed help. Reducing the municipal funding gap, that's certainly going to help communities as well, all communities that access the ones that have a surplus. Education, child and youth counsellors in partnership with health, huge asset for all small communities. It's tough for children in the smaller communities. The Northern Distance Ed program is going to be expanded to 5 communities in this government. That's huge. That's showed success. YELLOWKNIFE, 3 students being able to graduate in grade 12 and be able to go south without having to do upgrading shows it works. I'm a huge advocate of that as well. The Small Community Employment Fund. In 1920 there was over 750 jobs that were given. 2021 there was 431 jobs so far to 32 communities. Daycares, we're looking at getting daycares. Universal daycare isn't as easy as just saying it's free for people or lower income for people. We don't have daycares in communities, so that's been a priority of that education minister to try to get the infrastructure, get those daycares in communities. Universal is only as good as if you have the services available. The Polytech, the minister's talked many times about actually expanding, working with the 22 community learning centres, not only the 3 campuses, but what can we do with those community learning centres, which will help their people as well. ENR, several new and enhanced programs to support harvesters and families getting out on the land, such as the grub stakes, startup money to get people out on the land, and the CHAP program for community harvesters. The territorial protected areas, we're looking at, the guardianship programs, waste reduction and forestry programs, research and monitoring programs, firefighting programs, over 800 jobs in small communities. Finance is going to do a BIP review, business incentive policy review, that will maximize, as was stated earlier, to have jobs in the north, which will help small communities. The Indigenous government procurement policy that we're doing, that, my belief, if we help Indigenous governments to help their people, we help our own government. That will help small communities. The 3 large infrastructure projects. Some members are really fond of and others aren't. Mackenzie Valley Highway, the Slave Geological, and the Tolson Hydro. Those are projects that will bring jobs for people. And we have the largest infrastructure budget in the history of assemblies. Those jobs are going to be, hopefully, for northern people as much as possible. Increasing the regional decision-making, a priority of ours. That will help to make sure that the regions are heard. And the resource royalty sharing that within governments that signed on to devolution, not so great this year, but the goal of that was to actually put money into Indigenous governments so they could help their people. And through that, Mr. Speaker, is that I do believe that I know in the last government we always said to the federal government, flow the money through us and we will disseminate to the communities. But we've taken a different stance in this government. We've talked with Indigenous governments, said we will be your partners. We will go to the federal government together, and if it makes sense, we will actually advocate for them to actually take their money to the Indigenous governments. Sometimes, of course, we need programs support for our own as well. But my belief is, Mr. Speaker, is that if we do help Indigenous governments so that they can prosper and provide programs to their people, to their membership, it in turn ensures that all people, all communities will actually have supports, and it saves this government money. So, Mr. Speaker, we got a long way to go, but I do think that this government is on the right track. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just let me rephrase that question because I don't know. No, seriously. What I need to hear from the Premier, I'd like to hear as to when we can expect to see more public housing in the N.W.T. What I want to hear is a commitment from this government that this government will support the private sector in providing housing in the market communities while this government focuses on the non-market communities. I believe that you know, in the market communities, people can afford housing, most people. In the non-market communities, you know, I think we're dreaming if we think that private sector is going to go there and do it. And I think that's where our money should be going. So I just want to hear it. I just want to know if we can get a commitment that we'll look at that focus. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that question is outside of my portfolios, and I don't have that information for the member on hand. As the question pertains to the responsibility of the Housing Minister, I suggest that the member redirect the question as required by the rules of the Legislative Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Yes, keep our line of questions to the appropriate ministers. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Another area, and maybe this isn't directly for the Premier, but since she's in charge, or she is, you know, the head of this government, I would ask. One of the problems I see is that, you know, this government has said that there's no appetite to provide addiction centres in the Northwest Territories. So what I would ask is, will this government commit to looking into developing a relapse centre to help those that need a place to go for a short period when they feel they may relapse and where they can receive some temporary support. You know, they don't want to develop a full-blown treatment centre here, but on the street and talking to people, what they're looking for is something that's short-term where they can go. Like I talked to one of the ministers the other day, and she indicated that she just people will go up to her and talk to her and just look for that support, and they do that with me as well. And I would just like to see something where somebody can go for a short period of time. And the Premier, I would hope that she would be able to answer that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, that question is outside my portfolios, and I don't have the information for the member. As the question pertains to the responsibilities of the Health and Social Service Minister, I suggest the member redirect the question as required by the rules of the Legislative Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Member South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just have one other question here, and the Premier I know can answer this one. I would ask the Premier what this government is doing to reduce the overall cost of living for residents in the N.W.T. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That one does work more for the executive. To reduce the overall cost of living, we're not going to be able to reduce it. The north is expensive. So we're not going to be able to say that we're just going to get cheaper. Groceries are expensive here, food is expensive here, fuel is expensive here, housing is expensive here. What we are looking at is programs to be able to support those costs of living. So, like I say, the last government used to say the best social program is a job. I never really agreed with that. However, I do believe that part of the best social program is having a job. So if we can review our business incentive policy, that will make a difference. The Minister of ECE is looking at doing a review of income support. That will make a difference. The Housing Minister is working on how to be more accessible to people in the communities. That will make a difference. So although I can't say that the cost of living in the north will be cheaper, oh, sorry, I should say, though, if we can get people off diesel as well, that might make a difference as well. We can't say that it's going to be the same price as the South, but we are doing as a government what we can to make sure that our programs, our services address the needs of people, and addressing the needs of people means making sure that they can afford to live in the North. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Oral questions. Member for Trinity-Wilde.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I had my questions up here and I just had some technical difficulties. If I could just go to the next member, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Good old paper. My questions are for the Minister of Environment and Natural Resources, who's a lead on climate change. Can the Minister explain how the Northwest Territories could possibly be on track for greenhouse gas reductions to meet our national and international obligations when reductions last year were less than 1% of baseline? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Environment and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, ENR is the lead, but we have many departments working on this. And infrastructure is the one responsible for greenhouse gas. But I do thank the minister or the member for giving this questions up ahead of time, so I'm able to give this information to you here today instead of postponing it or telling you to have to ask another minister. In 2018, the Northwest Territories' annual emissions were 1,230 kilotons, so we need to reduce our emissions by about 136 kilotons to meet our target by 2030. In 2019-20, the first year of implementing the 2030 energy strategy, the Government of Northwest Territories directly achieved approximately 6 kilotons of greenhouse gas emissions reduction. This represents a 4.4% of reduction towards the N.W.T target, and have achieved mostly through energy efficiency and conservation investment. As the strategy continues to be implemented, larger and larger emissions reductions will occur as large projects are funded and built, which will more than likely bring online. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. That's great. That's more information than is contained in the actual report. But 4.4% 1 year, we've got to reach the target in 30. We're not going to make it, 2030. This government promised integrated reporting on climate change, but the first annual report failed to calculate how the carbon tax has impacted fuel consumption, greenhouse gas reductions, or even the effects on the cost of living. There are few links drawn between carbon tax and greenhouse gas emissions. Can the minister describe how the climate change reporting actually integrates the carbon tax, the energy strategy, and the climate change strategic framework, and how he plans to include this information in future reports? Must he, Mr. Speaker?
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for YELLOWKNIFE.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government released our linked energy and climate change strategy as we understood the need for them to work together to adapt to climate change and transition to a lower carbon economy. To this end, the Climate Change Action Plan annual report includes updates on relative activities from the energy strategy and N.W.T carbon tax. Specifically, these updates can be found in section on the goal number 1, transition to a lower carbon economy. The N.W.T has developed a plain language overview report to update the public on climate change action. This report includes information on implementation of a carbon tax, energy strategy, and climate change strategic framework. We will continue to deliver an integrated whole-of-government approach to tackle the challenges of climate change and energy efficiency in our territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I fully recognize that COVID has obviously affected our ability as a government to address a number of important policy areas, including climate change. The federal government and many others around the world are moving to a target of net zero by 2050. Can the minister tell us when our government is going to review the less than ambitious pan-Canadian framework target and adopt net zero as part of our economic recovery approach and to deal with the climate emergency? Must Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Environment and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, this is information that I had to get from the Department of Infrastructure, and I thank the Minister and her staff for it. Under the 2030 Energy Strategy, the N.W.T committed to a full review after 5 years. The strategy was released in 2018, which means the review will occur in 2023. This will provide enough time to properly reevaluate the strategic objectives to ensure that they represent what is achieved given new technology and opportunity. These reviews will involve public and stakeholders' input. This work will both inform the future review of the energy strategy and future N.W.T decisions on emissions reductions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. Clearly, we're not going to make the target. The Auditor General of Canada chronicled how our government's last 2 plans to reduce greenhouse gas emissions were dismal failures, and the current one is certainly heading in that direction too. The Auditor General said that a lack of leadership, policies and legislation to give ENR the proper authority was largely at the root of the problem. So what specific cabinet decision-making tools or requirements have been changed to ensure our government is taking climate change, the climate emergency seriously? Must he, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for ENR.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe the N.W.T is fulfilling its mandate to show leadership on the climate change by being one of the first Canadian jurisdictions to take a consistent and systematic approach to ensuring meaningful consultation on climate change across decisions in all departments. In December 2020, Cabinet and Financial Management Board decision-making templates were revised to incorporate consideration of climate change mitigation and adaptation factors, including Executive Council decision papers, Financial Management submissions, Joint Executive Council Financial Management Board decision papers, and legislative proposals. And Mr. Speaker, I can honestly tell you, during those conversations, we've heard the member, we've heard the public, and we're trying to make sure the executive and all departments make decisions based on climate change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Tunde Welde.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I got paper now, so I'm good now. Just in line with my reply to the budget address, I mentioned the Frontier Lodge, so I had some questions for the Minister of MACA. And I'd like to just start at least to hear from the Minister to just give us a quick update, because I know there was some developments, and just to let the public know and let the rest of us know what the latest developments are. Merci, Joe.
Thank you, Member for Tunde Welde, Minister responsible for Municipal and Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the application that has been submitted, we had identified some complications with that. We haven't received a number of lodges throughout the Northwest Territories that needed to be that were sold, and that ended up leading into required legislation and amendments to accommodate those sales and those transfers. My department has reached out to the owner, and they have been in correspondence, and also correspondence has just been sent out to them yesterday, and then also acknowledging them this morning as well too. I will follow up with the member with the current status. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Tunde Welde.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I look forward to hearing some of that correspondence from this morning. So, in a letter I'll table here shortly, the chief of the LKDFN wishes to meet with her department. I wonder if I can get a commitment from the minister to follow up and make good on that. Mr. Joe.
Thank you, Member for Tunde Welde, Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely, I will be available to meet with the member and with the leadership as well. This actually ignited a different approach that we would have to look at this as an example of how we are going to be dealing with lodges outside of the municipal boundary, and also looking at the acts and regulations that it had affected with the in result of the sale. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Tunde Welde.
Mr. Speaker, so that's encouraging. You know, and I mentioned in my speech earlier, you know, it shouldn't have taken a year to get to this point, and I think I'm hoping that her department and maybe some other departments who follow suit, like, you know, what are some lessons learned here? What can they pay back? What are some of the things that we could the minister can tell us they've learned here through this process, and how to not prevent this from happening again?
Welde, Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This ended up resulting in a new way, not a new way, but an updated way of how we are going to be looking at sales for any lodges throughout the Northwest Territories. The delay for the renewal and for the transfer of permits had resulted in a lot of different conversations, and also looking at the amendments to regulations and to acts as well. And I will follow up with the member. It became quite complicated, to be honest, and making sure that we do things and we do comply with what is presently existing. One of the ones that we're looking at is the Fire Prevention Act, in which that one will be brought forward as well too, but it did become very complicated. I will follow up with the member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Tunde Welde.
Mr. Speaker, and through all this, I had to include the Premier in on this, and so I'm hoping to get some input from the Premier, Madam Premier, on this. So I think it is appropriate time to develop new standards. So does the Premier have any comments on this, and will she consider some of the impacts these current policies have on the remote lodge industry?
Member for Tunde Welde, Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I don't have the in-depth knowledge that the minister has. Again, it's not my portfolio, but what I can say is that I do recognize that we need to support the lodges throughout the Northwest Territories. They're a major industry, and it's a huge part of our tourism and for the economic development for regional centres and small communities. So I do know that the minister is working diligently to make sure that we can not only address this issue, as she said, it came up as we didn't expect it, but we're doing the best we can within this government to address those issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions today are for the Minister of Housing. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I asked the Minister to commit to first connecting N.W.T. residents to social supports before eviction. The Minister responded that her #1 concern was safety, and I agree that safety is #1. But not connecting residents to safety is a safety hazard. I'm asking the Minister to make connecting N.W.T. residents to support services within the GNWT part of the existing process followed for evictions. So will the Minister make this commitment? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Member, for I hear her passion when she's, addressing our eviction process and also looking at the tenants, public housing tenants throughout the Northwest Territories. We are reviewing our tenants relation manual right now, and it is hopefully we're able to bring that forward in March. And looking at those specific connections that she's requesting, I would have to come forward and look at the review once we speak with the local housing authorities and the local housing organizations. Once we have those determinations, it will result in looking at connections that we need to require through the Housing Corporation, connecting with social programmings throughout the GNWT. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when somebody does not pay their rent in the Northwest Territories, they get a slip of paper shoved under their door in their public housing that says pay your rent. When their rent continues to not be paid, they get an email maybe, then they get a notice to come in and talk to their LHO or LHA. When they come into their LHO or LHA, the person is then put on a payment plan. If the rent still is not paid, they're given a last chance agreement and evicted. What I'm asking here today is for the Housing Corporation to tell their LHOs and LHAs that they have a responsibility to stop and ask people, what's wrong? Are you okay? Because as it turns out that some people have lost their jobs during COVID-19, something else is going on in their lives, they cannot pay rent, and they have not been connected with supports like income assistance, or income security. So all I'm asking for is a checkbox on a form when you're going through an eviction that says that the person was connected with a support. I don't think this needs to wait till March. I don't think it needs to wait till next year. I think that providing a connection between N.W.T. residents and support services that are paid for and delivered by the GNWT should be a natural thing. And all I'm asking for is a commitment to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your comments, Member. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much to the Minister. I really appreciate that. I'm wondering when we can expect to see drafts of such policies and the mission statement committed to yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member had just raised the question yesterday. I still need to speak to my department and look at further conversations happening with the LHOs and the local housing authorities. I will keep the member informed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate that. Mr. Speaker, I will admit I have had many conversations about this with the Minister in recent weeks, and we have had very good conversations about this, and I'm wondering if in brief the Minister would give us an idea of what she would like to see in such a policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the member, once the review is done with the local housing authorities, and I would bring that information back, and that would determine what the policy would look like and the specific changes that are going to be required. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Got in just in time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as per the Act, the objects of the Power Corporation are to sell energy on a safe, economic, efficient and reliable basis. And then if you go into the Act, the definition of energy in sub B includes heat that is supplied through a district heating system by hot water, air or steam. I'm glad to hear that this is one of the objects of the Power Corp. However, it is not something we actually do presently. So my question for the Minister responsible for the Power Corporation is the Power Corporation willing to build and operate biomass district heating systems? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North, Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with no time on the clock, I guess we've got lots of time here. The NTPC Act does include the ability for the corporation to sell heat energy through the district heating system, as well as the ability for a corporation to become a water and sewer utility. NTPC's core mandate is to provide safe, economical, efficient, and reliable electricity services to the Northwest Territories. As the member can appreciate, this is not an easy task to do in a northern N.W.T context. We want NTPC to focus on this task and not use its limited resources on other activities at this moment. Unlike the electricity system, which is natural monopoly in areas such as the heating market where there is competition, it is best to let the private sector meet any market ban and let the market take any risks with these ventures. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recognize the Power Corp has limited resources, and one of the reasons I want them to expand into this area is to make some more money so that maybe they can afford their infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. Presently, the Power Corp does actually enter the heating market. For example, in Fort Smith, you can purchase electric heat off the Power Corporation at a rate that is actually pinned cheaper than diesel. So it's cheaper for commercial buildings who have access to that to heat their buildings with electricity than it is diesel. Is the Power Corp willing to expand its electric heating rates to all hydro communities? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Yellowknife North, Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the N.W.T is currently undertaking a study on how to increase electricity sales. So the study is looking at whether or not a special electric heat rate would be feasible and appropriate in the North Slave hydro system. The North Slave often have to use diesel to meet peak demand, so being able to avoid using electric heating during peak periods will be crucial. And it's not clear if there's electric heat rate that would be low enough to compete with the cost of heating with oil. So this study will inform the electric heat rate in other communities beyond Fort Smith and beyond Fort Resolution is something that should be considered for future advancement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to seeing that study, but I would have liked a yes as opposed to a study. Right now, the Power Corp has a net metering cap on renewable energies, where any community selling back solar to the grid eventually hits a cap. And many of our communities have reached that cap. They went and got 100% federal dollars, they built solar panels, and now they are not allowed to build anymore because the Power Corp won't let them. Is the Power Corp willing to remove the net metering cap on renewables? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North, Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Power Corp? Both? So, Mr. Speaker, good question. I've heard that from all the MLAs. So the 15 megawatt cap on net metering was a policy that the N.W.T was set by the N.W.T to ensure that any single individual does not install too much solar generation. Too much self-generation is harmful to our small electricity grids and increases electricity rates. This is also the reason why we have the 20% community cap. Net metering is meant to allow people to generate enough power to cover their own yearly electricity by allowing extra power to be fed into the electricity grid to be able to get credit back whenever they need it later. It is not intended to allow people to feed large amounts of surplus power. The 15 kilowatt cap is designed as a compromise to allow as many people as possible to take advantage of net metering without one person installing too much and limiting other people to be able to participate. The N.W.T is currently studying options to modify the net metering program to address concerns associated with the reliability and impacts on the rates. while at the same time allowing people to participate and reduce GHG emissions. We expect this work to be completed in the next fiscal year. This will inform the future decisions on this matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I heard there is that there may be another study that will allow, our Indigenous governments and our communities to actually build and control their own electricity infrastructure beyond 20%. Maybe allow them to actually own some of that infrastructure in the future. It seems that the Power Corp is caught in this. We can't allow more renewables because it'll affect the entire ratepayer system, and we can't seem to find any solution at all despite there being federal dollars. And I think a little creativity is needed on the board. So my question for the minister, is there anyone presently on the board who has a specialization in energy, Mr. Speaker?
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Power Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Northwest Territories Power Corporation board consists of deputy ministers within the N.W.T. I know the members may not be happy about that, but the N.W.T, the department is looking at a governance review of the Power Corp, and once we get that going, it will further determine on what to do with the Power Corporation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Colleagues, our time for oral questions has expired. Written questions. Written questions. Returns to written questions. Returns to written questions. Replies to the Commissioner's address. Replies to the Commissioner's address. Petitions. Petitions. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for education, culture, and employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document, 2019-2020 Annual Report of Aurora College. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document. Annual Report to the Legislative Assembly under the Transportation of Dangerous Goods Act, 2020. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Member for Tunaday-Wellday.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to table correspondence regarding remote lodge licensing. The first is a letter from Lutsuka Dene First Nations dated February 5th, 2021, and the second one is from the Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs dated February 10th, 2021. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to table the letter, two letters I received, or one letter I received in my letter of support for the Hamlet of Saxe Harbor, dated January 26, and my response to the Hamlet was February 2nd, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, member for N.W.T. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Notice is a motion. Notice is a motion. Motions. Motions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Hay River North, that notwithstanding Rule 4, when this House adjourns on Thursday, February 11th, 2021, it shall be adjourned until Friday, February 12th, 2021, at 10 a.m. And further, that notwithstanding Rule 4, when this House adjourns on Friday, February 12th, 2021, it shall be adjourned until Tuesday, February 23rd, 2021, at 1:30 p.m. And further, that at any time prior to February 23rd, 2021, if the Speaker is satisfied, after consultation with the Executive Council and members of the Legislative Assembly, that the public interest requires that the House should meet at an earlier time during the adjournment, or at a later time than the scheduled resumption of the House. The Speaker may give notice, and thereupon the House shall meet at the time stated in such notice, and shall transact its business as if it had been duly adjourned to that time. Mr. Speaker, maybe we can take a look at making this less of a mouthful just for us to take a break. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Motions. Notice is a motion for first reading of bills. Notice is a motion for first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters. Committee report 8-19 brackets 2, member statement 77-19 brackets 2, table document 165-19 brackets 2, table document 166-19 brackets 2, table document 167-19 brackets 2, and table document 286-19 brackets 2 with member for N.W.T Lakes in the chair.
I'll call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of committee, Mr. Norn?
Madam Chair, committee wishes to deal with table document 286-19 bracket 2, main estimates 2021-2022, Department of Education, Culture, Employment, and Executive and Indigenous Affairs. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Does committee agree? Agreed. Thank you, committee. We'll take a short recess and resume with the first item. I'll call committee back to order. Committee, we've agreed to continue on with education, culture, and employment, and we were on page, for labor development and advanced education, on page 52 with information items from page 53 to 63. And Minister, do you have witnesses?
Yes, I do.
Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Minister, could you please introduce your witnesses for the record?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Backed by popular demand, we have Deputy Minister Rita Mueller and Assistant Deputy Minister of Corporate Services, Sam Shannon. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back for day 3. We'll begin with questions from member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Okay, Madam Chair. Just going to turn your attention to page 54 on small community employment. Not so much the numbers. I just had some questions about this line item, and if I could just ask the minister just explain what exactly these funds are for, and we'll start there. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Small Community Employment Fund is a pot of money that communities or employers and communities can apply for to create or subsidize jobs in centers outside of Yellowknife. And so it is very flexible, easy application process, and it's just a way to help get people working in small communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
That's good to know that there actually there is some consideration probably to growing in small communities. Like I said, every dollar here matters. And I guess my next question is this this pot of money, what's the word, being fully subscribed, or is where are we sitting? Is it undersubscribed? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. Minister Vicini.
Thank you. Perhaps Mr. Shannon has details on the exact numbers.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister. Yes, we do. Our staff do an excellent job of engaging with communities to make sure that all this money gets out the door and is going to what its intended purpose is. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Shannon. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
And my last question for this line item is, can the minister give us a breakdown by region? And I ask that just to make sure that there's some fair sharing throughout the regions and the territories for our small communities. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister Vicini.
Thank you. I can ask the Deputy Minister to provide that, and we can also give breakdowns by community as well as the number of jobs created in each community by this fund. But I'll ask my Deputy Minister for some more information. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister Mueller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister. So just to give an insight on the types of jobs, so this is for full-time and part-time jobs in small communities. In 2018-2019, a total of 659 jobs were created part-time and full-time over 32 communities. In 1920, 750 jobs were supported by this program in small communities, and to date, in 2021, we have about 430 jobs that have been supported to date. But we can definitely give a breakdown by community, by region. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I thought I was done there, but yeah, I look forward to seeing that information. So I guess in hearing that, it sounds like this is a really important program. Is there any, and it does create jobs, right at the grassroots level. So is there any, are there any sort of talks into increasing this fund to try to up those numbers for jobs in small communities? Mr. Chair.
Thank you, member. Minister Vicini.
Thank you. I always talk about increasing it, but there's nothing on the books right now. But I do think it is one of the programs that going forward we need to look at and consider how we can use it to target employment into small communities, because that is, it's been a tough nut to crack, and I know that this has proven successful at that. So it's definitely on my radar. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you. And my other one had questions about Skill Canada. There's a line item here, hasn't really changed, it's $70,000. And when looking at this, for the explanation in this line item, it says that it's for priorities related to adult career employment. It doesn't seem like that much of a number, so can I get an idea from the Minister how well this pot of money is subscribed? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Vicini.
Thank you. I believe this is a contribution to Skills Canada for them to hold the Skills N.W.T events throughout the territory. I believe that recently they've been confined to Yellowknife, but you know, I'm interested in seeing how we can expand that reach. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Yep. Thank you, Madam Chair. So that's good to know. I think for something like this to promote trades, to promote some skilled labor, that sort of stuff, and to promote. I think it can't be just confined to Yellowknife. I think we need to. That's something that needs to be looked at to get it out to up in the Beaufort, up in the South Slave, Sawtooth, that show, just getting it out there. Because it's we need to get these skills promoted at the small and community level as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Yeah, no, and I agree. It's a third party, and they also receive funding from other sources as well. But I see the value in having the regional competitions, and you can see that when we have the regional competitions, it does bring more people from outside of the capital to the territorial competition, and they can show off their skills, and it allows them to get exposure. So I agree that this is something I will definitely look into, and have been actually. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you. I'm just going to move along here. I'll have one last question with literacy funding. And this one here, it's kind of fluctuated a little bit, but I just wanted to know a little bit more about this program. Where is it being delivered, and what type of programs are delivered under this funding pot? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Vicini.
Thank you. I'd like to ask the Deputy Minister to respond.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Mueller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If the member would like, we could also show the breakdown of the different programs that are prescribing to this, but really the whole focus is on improving adult literacy overall. So it could be specific to a particular job, for example, where they have particular language that future employees need to have. It can be done more broadly in trying to support an initiative that the community wants to do in engaging adults and trying to improve their literacy in such a way that they feel more confident in perhaps then applying for or taking on other training. It really is a wide variety. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Quick comment before I have one more other question, but no, it's important. I think adult education, learning, literacy. I think learning is just a lifelong process, and I think it's good to see this item in here. I'm hoping that it's being used to its what it's meant for. I did have a question about on page 57. I just kind of a numbered question, and I was curious about this because I didn't quite make sense of it. So the student loan fund here. There's a line item here labeled Northern Bonus, and can the minister just explain what exactly that line item is, and just describe to the House, because I don't understand what that is. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you for a description of what these items are. And the Northern Bonus is a program whereby we provide, it's an incentive for people to move back to the north, and it helps them pay down their student loan. But I can ask Mr. Shannon for some more detail. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Shannon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister. So as the Minister mentioned, the Northern Bonus is a $2,000 a year up to a lifetime limit of $10,000 that a student who either returns to the north or moves to the north from a southern jurisdiction that can be applied to their student loans. So for the case of northern students who are receiving SFA, it helps accelerate their remission or repayment of SFA loans. For southern students, it helps go towards paying off their recognized student loans. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Shannon. Member for Trinidad-Willowday?
No, that's a good explanation. I just wasn't sure, but I appreciate that. I have nothing further at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Montfouille?
Merci, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, just on small community employment support as well. And Mr. Norton did touch on a few of them. So it's been answered. So I'm looking forward to additional information that's going to be delivered to us on the regions and the communities. So the funding, it was $5 million back in 2019, and now it's hovering just over $4 million. And last assembly, there's been an increase in the funding as well. So with the last assembly, there were a few, actually probably all lying community MLAs push for it. And I think it's there's a high value for this. Creates employment in the communities. We've just heard on the numbers. And obviously we'd like to see more of that. So I'm just wondering if Minister, because the last time it was a supplementary, was brought in. So would Minister be in consideration of bringing supplementary on this particular subject area to increase the funding? Because I'll be supportive of that. And I think other members, well, they have their own perspective, but there's been a lot of support in this area. So I'm just wondering if there's an appetite to do that. Madam Chair, merci.
Thank you. Minister Vicini?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as the member stated, the increase that is seen in 1920 was a result of negotiations between the cabinet at that point and regular members. There was a one-year increase. And while I would love to be able to say I'm bringing something forward, we had to craft this budget based on all of the needs and wants across all departments. And this is what we landed on. I would love to have really everything in ECE see a budget increase, but the fact is that these are the main estimates and there's not a plan to bring forward a supplementary appropriation for this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Montfouille?
Merci, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, obviously the Minister is listening carefully of what our issues are or challenges, and this is an opportunity for us to have more positive news. Instead of decreasing in numbers from 700 to 400 in actual employment in the communities. In fact, we should be aiming for higher. So I think this is the area we can do that. So I'm certainly hoping that the Minister will seriously consider it as we move forward, because the whole COVID thing is still with us. It's very challenging for students to return home from school. And I have kids in college as well. And so these are some of the challenges that they're faced with, especially in small remote communities. Not every community hires N.W.T students. So this is creating more opportunity at the isolated community level. So I'd like for our minister to seriously consider it. Madam Chair, that was just a comment to the minister on that. Skills Canada. There hasn't really been much increase over the years. 70,000 has been an earmark number for quite some time now. When you look at Skills Canada, there's quite a few very successful individuals that have gone through the process. And just speaking from my experience, my kid's been involved in that, and now he's a German ticket holder. electrician. And in fact, got the highest mark. So if it wasn't for Skills Canada, would we have seen those successes stories? I'm not sure, but if is there like I'm thinking down the road, next 5-10 years, since Skills Canada has been very successful to date in my eyes, anyways. Has there been a contemplation of possibly increasing the funding, Madam Chair, from 70 to, well, it would be nice if we can get double that, but just wondering if the minister's considering that down the road.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Thank you, and I appreciate the member's comments. This is a great way to promote trades, get people involved in trades, and the member is right to brag. I think his son wasn't just number one; he was number one in the territory. So it was a big accomplishment, and I commend him for that. Skills Canada does get additional funding, but to that point, I think that we talk about how can we promote trades, and maybe this is a way. So I'm happy to have those conversations with the department and with Skills Canada to see if perhaps we can expand it into so it has a more of a regional reach again as well. I think that might be useful. So given that it is a relatively small contribution, I'm happy to have those discussions with the department and the organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, member for Montfrey.
Merci, Madam Chair, I'm glad the minister is interested in, I guess you can call it a gateway to empowering the regions, the communities. That was my next line of questions, where how can we reach out to the communities, the most isolated communities, where we're lacking journeyman plumbers or burner mechanics for those homes. And so, Madam Chair, Minister has already committed to looking into this, so I just want to say thank you to the Minister for committing to that, and I'm looking forward to the positive outcome. So just a comment, Madam Chair. Merci.
Thank you, member for Montfrey. I'll take that as a comment. Are there any further questions? Seeing none, please turn to page 53. Education, Culture and Employment, Labor Development and Advanced Education Operations Expenditures. Summary 2021-2022, main estimates $54,518,000. Does committee agree? Agreed. Thank you, members. Please return now to the departmental summary on page 29. Minister?
Thanks, you. And I just wanted to clarify that we provide Skills Canada $70,000 a year in this line item, but they also access another $85,000 a year from the N.W.T as well through our labor market programs. So just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. All right, we're on page 29. Education, Culture and Employment, Operation Expenditures, 2021-2022 main estimates, $353,599,000. Does committee agree? Mr. Norn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the committee defer further consideration of the estimates for the Department of Education, Culture and Employment at this time. Mr. Chair, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Norn. The motion is in order. To the motion? Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? The motion is carried. Consideration of the Department of Education, Culture and Employment 2021-2022 main estimates, operating expenditures, total department is deferred. Thank you, Minister, and thank you to the witnesses for appearing before us. Sergeant-at-Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. Mr. Norn, what is the wish of committee?
Yep.
Committee, we will take just a short little break, so we'll give Sergeant-at-Arms time to clean the desk, and we'll introduce the next department. Thank you. We'll call Committee of the Whole back to order. Committee, we've agreed to consider table document 286-19, two main estimates 2021-2022, and we were doing the Department of Executive and Indigenous Affairs. Does the Minister of Executive and Indigenous Affairs have any opening remarks?
Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here to present the 2021-2022 main estimates for the Department of Executive and Indigenous Affairs. Overall, the department's estimates propose a decrease of $458,000, or 2%, from the main estimates from 2020-2021. These estimates support the mandate objectives for the Department of Executive and Indigenous Affairs, will continue to meet the Government of the Northwest Territories' fiscal objectives to prioritize responsible and strategic spending. Highlights of these proposed estimates include $631,000 in new funding to establish a gender equity unit. This unit will work to ensure that government decisions, including financial decisions, consider their sometimes unequal effect on people with different identity factors, such as gender, race, ethnicity, religion, age, and abilities. This new unit will also be responsible for developing and implementing an action plan in response to the calls to justice in the final report of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. Also find a sunset of $384,000 in funding related to the Deputy Secretary for Federal Engagement position, and a sunset of $705,000 in funding related to the Office of Devolution Initiatives. These estimates continue to support the priorities of the 19th Legislative Assembly by supporting residents in small communities through providing funding for single-window service centres that provide these residents with support to access both N.W.T and Government of Canada services. Supporting a continued focus on respectful and meaningful relationships with our Indigenous government partners that facilitates the negotiation and implementation of self-government and land claim agreements throughout the territory, and supporting the ongoing collaboration with Indigenous governments to create and implement an action plan that will guide the changes required to ensure the further implementation of the United Nations declarations on the rights of Indigenous people. Madam Chair, that concludes my opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the Minister of Executive Indigenous Affairs wish to bring witnesses into the House?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses to the chamber. Would the Minister please introduce the witnesses for the record?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have with me today is Mr. Martin Goldney, who's the Secretary to Cabinet and the Deputy Minister of Executive and Indigenous Affairs, and Ms. Amy Kennedy, who's the Director of Shared Corporate Services with Executive and Indigenous Affairs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you and welcome. The committee has agreed to forego general comments. Does the committee agree to proceed to the detail contained in the table document? Thank you. Committee, we will defer the departmental summary and review the estimates by activity summary, beginning with the cabinet support starting on page 112 with information items on page 114. Questions? Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, can the department tell me what the $232,000 spent under contract services is for? Thank you.
Thank you. Member Minister?
Sorry, Madam Chair, what page?
113.
Contract services. Thank you, Madam Chair. If I can turn it to Ms. Amy Kennedy.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Hi, thank you, Madam Speaker. In this area, under contract services for cabinet support, that covers some of the contracts required to provide support to the Public Utilities Board, the administration of which sits in this area, as well as other contracts required to support the cabinet support function. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Member for Great Slave?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, can I know what kind of contracts that might be that are used to support cabinet? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, did you want to? Mr. Goldney?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that amount would also include support for contracted services for things like public relations and public engagement with the federal government. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Goldney. Member for Great Slave?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm just noting that the majority of this budget is towards compensation and benefits for staff in the to support cabinet. I'm just wondering if there's been any sort of look at streamlining those services to maybe make some cuts in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, we're not looking at cuts to deal with the staffing of the Executive Indigenous Affairs. We are a small department at this time. There are positions that will be taken out further on in this, such as the person that's responsible for federal engagement in Ottawa. Those things we're looking at, but directly, we're a small department. We need the staff we have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I was just speaking about cabinet support, not the department of a whole. Noting it's quite a big expense for sorry, how many positions? 12. So that was just where my concern lie. Yeah, I would ask that maybe the department can consider about reducing costs in areas such as PR, etc. I don't know that the taxpayer should be paying for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Some things are very important. Public relations are important, especially when we're dealing with Indigenous governments, Madam Chair. It's important that the public be advised. So we can look at it for the next budget, but in my opinion, Madam Chair, I think that Executive and Indigenous Affairs is actually one of the most lean departments going. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Again, I'm speaking to the line item around cabinet support, which would mean PR for cabinet. That's what I'm speaking to. I imagine that there's a lot of areas within the EIA budget where other community relations type and PR type work with Indigenous governments is collected. More of a comment than anything. I'm done, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll take that as a comment. Are there any member for Yellowknife North?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see that there's been a decrease in one position for cabinet support. Can I just get clarification what position that was? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Premier.
I'm just wondering what line item.
Can you clarify what line item that is?
Looking at page 114, the previous year's was 13 positions and this year's is 12. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. Yep, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this was just a reallocation. We're moving the board registry position, and we're moving into a senior communications advisor. The board register position wasn't as needed, but the senior communications advisor desperately needed. I've heard throughout this assembly that communications was an issue, and so we've decided to actually put in a position for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Are there any further questions? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So if the board registrar position has been cut from the function within the cabinet support area, who's doing that work now? Or who will be doing the work starting April 1st? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I don't know a name of the person, but the board register position is currently vacant, and the responsibilities of the position have been covered and will be continue to be covered through internal resources. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So just so I understand, is that the position, like, I do want to compliment the minister because there is a pretty good web page in EIA where people can see the boards that we have responsibility for appointing. You can actually see who sits on them, their term of office, whether there's vacancies. That's pretty good in terms of transparency, and I want to compliment the minister, and it was something that I think got started in the last assembly, but is that the function that this individual is responsible for, is tracking and maintaining that? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Madam Premier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is the position. However, Madam Chair, as said earlier, that position is still being covered by internal working. It hasn't been dropped off. We recognize the importance of having those boards. In fact, it's a conversation we have often at the Cabinet table. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake?
Okay, thanks, Madam Chair. So yeah, I hear from the Premier that she's committed to maintain that work is going to continue, so I don't have any difficulty with that. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Are there any further questions under the Cabinet support? Seeing none, please turn to page 113. Executive Indigenous Affairs, Cabinet Support Operations Expenditure Summary 2021-2022 main estimates, $2,493,000. Does committee agree? Agreed. Thank you. Committee now turn to corporate communications, beginning on page 115 with information items on page 117. Questions? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I have a number of times expressed confusion and that I don't actually think there's clarity between the role of corporate communications and cabinet communications. And I guess I want to underlie why, my view of why this has happened is in a lot of governments, the cabinet communications would be clear political appointments. You know, we get these emails from a press secretary that doesn't exist, but in a lot of governments, you would choose your press team. You'd make them clear political appointments. They would not be members of the public service. They would serve, at the will of the Premier for that. You see that in the Prime Minister's office. You see that in other governments. And over time, our cabinet communications have become civil servants, that we keep the same people over the governments. And as such, they are essentially serving not a political communications tool, but a corporate communications tool where they speak on behalf of the N.W.T. as opposed to this cabinet as a whole. And I think there needs to be a hard look at what is happening with corporate communications and cabinet communications, and then all of the communications within departments. And there needs to be a clear line of when someone is giving political communication advice and when someone is speaking on behalf of the public service or the N.W.T. All that to be said, I've expressed this concern before. Can we have an update on when we will see a review of the different communications functions? I hear we're adding yet another person to communications, but I don't know if that necessarily improves communications without the roles and responsibilities and some restructuring occurring. So can I have an update on the communication strategic planning work that's being done in EIA? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My Deputy Minister would like to that question.
Thank you. Mr. Goldney.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And we are still in the process of implementation exercise where in 2018 there was some changes made to how communications would be supported throughout government. And as we've been implementing that work, it's been a bit of a culture change, but we are seeing some successes emerge. We're right now in the process of doing some validation of that work to make sure that we are on the right track and some of the expectations for improvements are working. So there is no plans for a further review. Right now we're assessing some of the changes that were made relatively recently, beginning in 2018 through a communications transformation project. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Goldney. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want to micromanage communications. Communications are very much the bread and butter of what ministers and the cabinet want them to look like. But I do have some larger concerns. I believe corporate communications holds the ultimate responsibility for the N.W.T. website, and then we allow other comm shops and departments to go and adjust the websites. And this has led to just G&W.T websites being a mess and completely inconsistent, and it's hard to find information. And I think there's different understandings of whether websites are places for departments to store everything that has ever happened, or whether websites are user-friendly places for citizens to find information. And I think MLAs spend far too much time talking about communications because we get frustrated. We get frustrated when we ask to have easily shareable information and it's not done. And I think as a contrast, if you go to the WSCC website, which is arm's length, and I'm assuming that their comm staff have complete control over it, it's just a better, more user-friendly website. So this isn't an impossible thing for our government to do. Are there any plans to overhaul G&W.T websites and perhaps give corporate communications complete control on this area, centralize it, and let them go and clean up some of the very bad websites that still exist in certain departments or corporations? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also recognize that the accessing things through the websites and the GNWT is not an easy task. I struggle myself to find things, and people know that technology isn't my strong point, except for the tools I use. So when you struggle with computer usage and things, is what I've realized that it's even harder to access those things. So we have added an extra person to the cabinet communication support, because that's with COVID-19, that was the biggest thing. Corporate communications is really focused on our graphics, corporate image of us. And then the departments also have communications. So we do recognize in this government that our websites do need to be cleaned up, made more accessible. Madam Chair, within this government term, we will be looking to do that work. However, Madam Chair, I cannot say it will happen right away. We are dealing with a huge amount of workload at this point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I often hear the Premier say that they're dealing with a huge amount of work, but the Executive Indigenous Affairs is the smallest department. It's like about 1% of our total budget. If you want to double your staff and actually take the lead on some of these initiatives, I'll vote for that. It's 1% of the budget. It's not going to make or break the bank. I guess my question in regards to the website is, can I get clarification of who is responsible for G&W.T websites? I believe corporate communications is responsible, and everything has to kind of go through them, but then the Office of the Chief Information Officer and Finance kind of has approval there, and then infrastructure has the underlying IT, right? So I just want to know, can we sort this out so that there is someone who is responsible for G&W.T websites, a clear point of authority, because I don't believe that exists right now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll turn that to my Deputy Minister, Martin Goldney.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Goldney.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I think the member is right that there is much room for improvement on our website, so there are those conversations happening. And corporate communications does have a role and is working to try and get some consistency in how our information is presented online, but that necessarily involves the discussions with the others that the member has mentioned, including the Chief Information Officer and the technology folks within Information Shared Services. So those conversations are happening with the goal of having some more accessible information available on those websites and consistent presentation. It is a bit more complicated than one might assume. There are some architectural changes that are being explored now to get a more user-friendly, accessible website, but that work is underway. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there further questions to the Executive and Indigenous Affairs Corporate Communications? Seeing none, please turn to page 116. Executive and Indigenous Affairs Corporate Communications Operations Expenditure Summary 2021-2022 Main Estimates $1,473,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. We'll move on to the Directorate, beginning on page 118. with information items on page 120 and 121. Questions? Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm wondering if to start us off, if the Premier could tell us with this new gender equity unit, what the people of the Northwest Territories can expect to see come out of that from their perspective, and how this changes their the operations of the Women's Advisor role that was existing before. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you can turn it to Martin Goldney, the Deputy Minister.
Mr. Goldney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we are looking forward to adding resources to that function and enhancing the ability of the existing special advisor to not only do that liaison work, but also help guide a whole of government approach to some of these issues. We have, quite frankly, noticed that we need more leadership on some of these challenging issues. And we were also facing the reality of an urgent need to respond to the murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls inquiry and calls to justice. So these positions will support that work and provide some of that leadership. And as the Premier mentioned in the opening remarks, also support a whole of government implementation of some gender equity lenses. Some of that's already been done, but we do recognize that we need to do more. So these positions will support all of that work. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, how many positions specifically are being added to the Gender Equity Unit? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe it's a total of 3 positions will be added to the... Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Have they hired all 3 positions? Are they staffing them from within? Or are they going out to competition on these positions? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So right now we do have a little bit extra support, but it's off the side of desk. So this, if this mains are approved, this takes effect April the 1st, Madam Chair. And at that point, yes, we will be putting them out to competition. It's the right way to do it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm just wondering if, and maybe I'm reading this wrong, they don't appear to show up in the headquarters line items for active positions within the directorate, so I'm just wondering where they show up for staffing. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Premier.
Madam Chair, if you could turn it to my Deputy Minister, Martin Goldney.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Goldney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think the count isn't reflecting that addition because there's also a sunsetting for the Office of Devolution and the 3 positions there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
No, thank you. I really appreciate that for that clarification. One of the other questions that I have is under this gender equity unit, there's also status of Women Council, which is fabulous and wonderful. And I see here, it shows that they've gone from 394 to 444, and which is great because it appears to be an increase in the budget. But when I was looking, sorry, Madam Chair, if you'll allow me to go forward to 129, it looks as though the budget and the contribution from the N.W.T is actually 425. So I'm just wondering if the Premier can speak to the differentiation between the two and why they differ. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had to flip to 129. The reason it's not included is the $50,000 that we're looking for an increase. It's not included right now because it's not approved. Once it's approved, it will be included into this.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Well, that's good news then that there is going to be some extra money then for the status of women. I'm just wondering then, because it appears though that in previous years as well, the actuals were consistent at 394, and the budgets are kind of all over the place for status of women. On page 129, the contributions range from anywhere from 394 to 509. So I'm just wondering if the Premier can speak to that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I'll do is turn that to Ms. Amy Kennedy.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 394 has previously been the contribution from the Department of Executive and Indigenous Affairs. There are other government departments that provide contribution funding as well to this organization, and so on the information item on page 129, that N.W.T contribution is everything that the organization receives from across government.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, is this also the section where I would ask about GSOs, or is that in another section? Are you able to clarify for me, please? Thank you.
Yes. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much. No, I appreciate that. Oh, and I do see regional operations here. Thank you. So currently the N.W.T is sitting at 23 GSOs, and as I have pointed out multiple times this week, there is a web of government services for people to kind of navigate through. And so I'm wondering if there is a plan to expand the 23 GSOs to all 33 communities so that people all have an opportunity to work with somebody to navigate government support systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So these 22 actually address 22 of 23 of the smaller communities. There is one community that isn't interested at this point. We would have expanded it, but at this point they didn't want it. At this point, we're not really looking at expanding it to 33 communities, and that is the reason why is that we're looking at the integrated case management model. If that works, then that would be the new initiative for the government versus having a one-stop shop. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, can I just clarify, is it the integrated case management model or is it the integrated service delivery model? Are they thinking of taking kind of the ICM shop and expanding that throughout the territory, or is it more of a service delivery model for the entire Northwest Territories? Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Premier.
Madam Chair, it is called the integrated service delivery model. I'm the same. At this point, we're just looking through it and seeing where we go with it. But it has showed success so far. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I got very excited there for a second, thinking we were putting ICM everywhere. No, I definitely 100% support the initiative for the integrated service delivery model to be expanded throughout the GNWT and used with all of our frontline services, but that's a big change, and it's going to take time to change the way that all frontline services deliver services to the people of the Northwest Territories. So in the meantime, would EIA be willing to, in communities that are willing to accept one, put a GSO so that people have an interim position that can help them navigate government systems? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this point, we are not looking at expanding our government service offices except for the communities that are in it, unless the one small community was interested. At that point, we'd look at it. Again, we're looking at different service delivery models. Madam Chair, the smaller communities don't have the resources, they don't have people, and so that was our priority. The larger communities have NGOs, they have many different departments. So at this point, with 22 priorities, expanding that would not be a priority at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much. No, I appreciate that. I guess I'll respectfully disagree that even though we have services here in Yellowknife, people have a really hard time navigating them and don't necessarily find open doors and don't necessarily find the right doors. And so while there are services here in Yellowknife, they're not always being able to be accessed by people. And while I agree we do have 22 priorities, but I do believe that people being able to access government services helps us achieve many of those priorities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll take that as a comment.
Thank you. Are there any other Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I just get some more explanation on what the government service officers are allowed to do? Are they also cross-appointed as income assistance officers, or can they approve housing, or do they simply just bring you to the services and help you fill out the forms? But do they actually have the authority to approve applications for other departments? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. They are multifaceted, that they would do the housing applications and the income support, and I mean, that's a whole bunch of skilled things. They are actually the referral person, the person that tells people. It's basically for smaller communities. It's to help people such as our elders that struggle with English, struggle with accessing services. They will tell people what services they might be able to qualify. They will get them the forms to apply. They will help them apply or fill out the forms if they're needed. They will do faxing, etc. But they are not income support workers or housing workers. So that is, they send them to the departments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's also my understanding that government support officers were, they also help with Service Canada, and they will in fact are partially funded by the federal government. Can I just get an update whether we're still getting federal government money for these positions? Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, that was a really exciting thing that happened. I believe it was last year or the year before that. Yes, so currently we are still getting the funding from the federal government. Again, because federal government access to programs are probably even a little bit more complicated than the government of the Northwest Territories. So they have worked in partnership with us, and now those government service officers have the ability to assist people in smaller communities to access federal programs as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I get has there been a recent labor evaluation of the government service officers? I think we kind of just put a lot of half-time positions and a few full-time positions in communities, and there wasn't really any evaluation done of how much work. I know some of the community, the workers are extremely overworked, and I think perhaps it's time to re-look at some labor adjustments here. Is that work being done? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll turn that to our Deputy Minister Martin Goldney.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Goldney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the government service officers do report to managers. So there is some reporting available on workloads, and additional support might be added as may be required, but there isn't a formal assessment outside of the usual management process from those managers respecting workload of GSOs at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess one of my concerns is that I don't actually think government service officers are the real solution, and that they were designed to help navigate a system that is extremely difficult. And when you look at the ICM reports and the integrated service delivery model, that's what they're saying, is that the systems actually need to work better together, and we can keep adding all the pathfinders and navigators we want, but that's not really solving the root problem. And one of my hopes for the Department of Finance's review of our budget is that there will also be kind of a corresponding look by the executive on where people are best suited. And I think, I know that this budget doesn't have a service N.W.T model, but I think having something like a government service officer who could actually stamp your housing application, who could actually stamp your income assistance application, who could actually do all of that work in one place and could actually, help you, bring you over to health and social services, is the goal. And I don't think adding more pathfinders really works. But I guess my question there is, as finance reviews each of the programs for each department in silos, is there some sort of corresponding work being done by cabinet to look at, oh wait, we have this pathfinder who's meant to help these 5 departments, but maybe the 5 departments can have some overlap or work together? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is the purpose of the government renewal project that the Minister of Finance is bringing forward, so that all programs would be reviewed and to look to see the strengths, the weaknesses, the gaps, and areas that need changing. So that work is being done in this government. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Switching briefly, I don't often give compliments to the Department of Lands, but one of the things I like about the Department of Lands, when I go to their unit, they did some internal restructuring, and they have a unit, it's called On the Land Implementation Unit, and they created positions that, they have the new Public Land Act implementation project team, and they've created positions that their entire job is to implement the new Public Land Act. And when I look at EIA's corporate restructuring, I get extremely lost, and I know it's not my job to internally run departments, but I'm always unsure who is doing what. And I notice you have a policy shop, you have a devolution shop, you have an Indigenous and Governmental Affairs shop, a negotiation shops, an implementation shop, an intergovernmental relations shops, an Aboriginal relations shop, a cabinet secretariat shop, all with different policy positions. So this is one of those things that also annoys me, is that sometimes I hear the Premier say, Madam Chair, that they're busy, but there's more policy people in this department than anywhere else. So my question is, I think the United Nations Declaration is one of our biggest pieces of work. To date, all we have got is struggled to get an actual terms of reference going, but who of those shops is actually responsible for that work? I note that when we were doing devolution, we created the Office of Devolution Initiatives. There was a clear point of accountability in the government for who was doing that work. I think the UNDRIP implementation is just as large scale of work, but I am unclear who in the giant mess of EIA is doing that work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll turn that to the Deputy Minister, but I will say that I'm at that table for every meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Goldney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And with respect to the UNDRIP implementation work, that is being largely led from our Indigenous Affairs side of the department, calling upon numerous parts within that department, because it is such a big undertaking that we do recognize it's going to require voices not just from the negotiation side or the implementation side or the Aboriginal consultation and relations side and the Indigenous or the intergovernmental affairs side. And we are beginning to look at how the department is structured and looking forward to having conversations with Indigenous governments directly. To have that frank conversation, is our structure one of the things that is impeding progress? So there will be more, I think, as we learn from Indigenous governments, their experience in dealing with us as a department and as a government. So that work we do look forward to sharing more about, but it's just starting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Madam Premier, did you have?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, for clarification. I don't want to mislead the members. I'm at every table with the Indigenous government leaders. We do have staff also that are working behind with the Indigenous government officials, just for clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I appreciate that clarification. It's going to be my next question, that if there's not a staff-level technical group, we're probably never going to get anything done, because I've yet to see a group of politicians actually, implement anything, let alone something as complicated as the declaration. I think it very much need our staff working together. Madam Chair, when the Premier was elected, there was a commitment for a long forward economic plan and vision. We also heard that in the Emerge Stronger vision. This is another one of those things which I think is a huge policy undertaking. Can I just get clarification of who is leading that work in EIA? I believe it is an EIA responsibility as opposed to ITI, but once again, I think this is one of those things where a specific office and a specific point of accountability is really needed, because so much of the expertise in EIA is Indigenous government and not economic. So who is leading that work? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So our economic and social recovery, I believe that's what he's talking about, is actually being led by our Deputy Minister of Executive and Indigenous Affairs, working with every single Deputy Minister across the government. Thank you. So it's a table of Deputy Ministers doing that work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair, I guess, yeah, once again, I don't want to continue to tell the minister how to run a department, obviously, but I know our deputy ministers are just as busy, and so are our ministers, and I think this is one of those things that really needs to be devolved into a specific policy shop, and they need to be given some arm's length free rein to look at some creative economic solutions, because past experience in the G&W.T has been any of the kind of creative out-of-the-box solutions get killed by the time they get to a deputy minister table or to a minister's table, and we kind of end up with the same safe reports and plans, of which we have many that we could simply recycle if the goal is a plan. So is there any, in creating a 10-year economic plan, or any consultants being hired or economists? Is there outside consultation being sought? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this point, we haven't done any outside consultation for it. It is distressing, Madam Chair, just to hear that deputy ministers may quash dreams and hopes and thinking outside the box. I would hope that my deputy minister for Executive Indigenous Affairs is not doing that, or any deputy minister within the government of the Northwest Territories. We are asking for innovation and creativity, and I think, in fairness to all of them, I think they are all thinking out of the box for this Assembly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm really excited to see the increases to the funding for the women's initiatives, etc. I notice overall you have an increase of an increase of $150,000 to the three programs listed: the Native Women's Association, the Status of Women, and the Women's Initiative grants. Could the department tell me if this has all been repurposed money out of the Office of Devolution Initiatives, or has this funding come from, say, somewhere else, like the federal government? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it kind of works different. The sunset of programs such as the Office of Devolution would just be taken out of the budget. So it's not really to say that would flow into it, but the extra $50,000 in each area is actually what we're asking for from the main. So it wouldn't be federal government monies. It's what we're asking from this government to be approved in these mains. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, I was just wondering if we did get any sort of initiatives or extra funding from the federal government for women over the next while, considering that they are supposed to be more supportive of gender equity, etc. So I'll just continue to push, or ask that the department continue to push for the federal government to give us some of this money to help us. I'm just curious to know that in this time coming up, it's not exactly the happiest time for people. I note things like the Arctic Inspiration Prize is always something that really does sort of spark Northern pride and enthusiasm. It always seems to go to very good causes, if I'm not mixing it up with other ones. Is there any thought to increasing that amount in the next while, sort of in a sense of creating more community pride and things for people to see as hope and bright spots? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Madam Premier.
Madam Chair, at this time we aren't looking to increase the Arctic Inspiration Prize, although I do recognize that absolutely it is important. It helps foster the hopes with people. However, there's many programs and services that also foster, and as stated many times in this session, I've heard we can't leave the next government in a deficit. So it's a fine balance between actually increasing programs that are needed to meet our priorities and our operational needs, and still making sure that we provide sustainable government for the next government, the people that will be taken over. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This one's a little bit of an obscure question, and probably maybe one for the last Assembly or last year. But I'm looking at the contract services, and you have in the 2019-20 actuals, it was $474,000. But it looks to be generally more around 150, or this year is looking at 115. I'm just curious to know what that blip of amount was in 2019-20, and is there possibilities that type of increase would be needed at another date, therefore causing them to come back with a supplemental? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have an explanation, but I think for more clarity, I'd like to turn it to Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In 2019-2020, the Department of EIA undertook several contracts related to Deputy Minister recruitment, and so those contracts are covered in that area.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, where would all the severance for deputy ministers that have been let go over the last year fall? Would it be in this budget here, or would it have been in the past? Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Premier.
Madam Chair, I'll turn it to Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Each department would hold the compensation in the compensation benefits line for the directorate within each department would show those amounts in the 1920 fiscal year, I would imagine.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, can the department provide me with the total amount of money since this assembly started that has been spent on severance for deputy ministers? Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'll turn it to my Deputy Minister, Martin Goldney, for that.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Goldney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we can look at that. I think we do have to consider whether or not some of that information might reveal the terms of settlement agreements, which we're required to keep confidential, but we can look at whether a global figure might be available.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I can understand why we wouldn't be able to get a sum total of that number, so I'll expect that from the department. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that, and no further questions? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Can I get an explanation as to the sunsetting of the Office of Devolution Initiatives? As I understood it, they were tasked with obtaining an offshore petroleum resources management agreement. I'm not aware of an agreement being signed yet, and that they were also involved in trying to develop a terms of reference for further work on MVRMA transition. I've never seen a terms of reference. So why is this being sunsetted? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'll turn that to Martin Goldney for the answer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Goldie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And when we were looking at the progress of work being made and the resources that we have available, we were confident that we could let the sunsets set and still move forward with those initiatives with the resources that we have. And we are very optimistic that we'll see significant progress and milestones reached on an offshore accord, hopefully even before March 31st if we can, but there is good progress being made there. And on the MVRMA initiatives, we do recognize that we've got resources, including those that support the Intergovernmental Council, that work very closely with Indigenous government officials as well. So we expect much of that work to be carried forward with those resources. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Well, I'm glad to hear the optimism of the Deputy Minister. But I guess I'd like to get a little bit more concrete information. Can the Minister commit to providing committee with a written update of the status of the negotiations for the offshore? I don't even know what our negotiating position is, other than hopefully we want to get something at least as generous as the maritime provinces have received from the federal government. But and then on so I'd like to start with that. Can I get a commitment out of the Minister that she's going to provide a written update briefing on the status of the negotiations and whether we're actually at a point of getting an agreement? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Madam Premier.
Madam Chair, absolutely. We will provide a written update on where exactly we are with that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Appreciate that commitment from the Minister. So, likewise on the MVRMA transition, as I understood, there had to be some kind of a agreed upon study to look at whether any further authority might be delegated or legislative authority might be provided to N.W.T. What is the status of that work? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier.
Madam Chair, I'll turn that to Martin Goldney.
Deputy Minister Goldney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the focus of that work, at least in the initial phases, has been to engage with Indigenous governments and try and come, to the extent possible, to a common understanding of what might be appropriate to see more authority delegated. So that is what officials have been working on with Indigenous governments. Indigenous governments, of course, have their own priorities too, so a lot of that focus and a lot of those resources were first directed at the development of the Intergovernmental Council protocol on legislative development. But now that that work has been successfully concluded, there are more discussions expected on the MVRMA work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm trying to find a way to not delve too much into the weeds here, but I'm hoping that the minister would actually consult with this side of the House before an offshore accord would be signed, or there had been an agreement reached with the Intergovernmental Council on what might get studied in terms of the MVRMA. Can the minister make that commitment that she would consult with regular MLAs before signing off on this kind of an arrangement, so we would actually know what our government is doing? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Absolutely, I make that commitment that I will, prior to signing, I will give an update to Standing Committee on the status. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, just want to nail that down. So, yeah, before an offshore accord would get signed, that this side would have an opportunity to look at it and give some feedback. That's one commitment. And then I'll follow it up with a second one. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Madam Premier.
Madam Chair, I will make a commitment that we will work with the other side to receive some feedback, but recognizing, Madam Chair, that there are other parties involved in this work as well. You know, I cannot commit that whatever the committee says shall be written in stone. We have other parties at the table. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I fully understand that. Look, it's a complicated arrangement. It involves IRC, involves the government of Yukon, the federal government. I get it. But on the MVRMA side, I'd like to get the same commitment from the minister that for an agreement might be negotiated with the Intergovernmental Council, that this side of the House would have an opportunity to provide some input into, or at least understand and know and give some feedback on what we might be agreeing to in terms of MVRMA transition. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I will commit that we will provide an update to Standing Committee and take their feedback, but again, that one even involves more parties at the table. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. You got to love the way that we try to govern ourselves here, but and that's the way it should be, that we try to find ways to work together. So I appreciate that, and you know, this side of the House has a legitimate role in that as well. I wanted to ask a couple of questions, if I could, around, you know, I'm trying to understand the difference between setting up the gender equity unit, which I generally support, and whether it's starting to, what the relationship is to the status of Women Council. And how if someone can just sort of explain the differences in roles and responsibilities there, and I'm just a little bit worried that there might be starting to get a little bit of overlap or fuzziness there. So can I get an explanation? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to try to deal with this politically sensitive topic. So the Gender Equity Unit will be working within the N.W.T, as the Deputy Minister said, to look at things such as the Truth and Reconciliation, the murder and missing Indigenous women, specifically some of the gender issues within our government. The Status Women Council within the last government, previous governments before that were kind of used as a support for the government of the Northwest Territories. However, in the last government, members that were in that last government remember that the Status Women Minister at that time was told, hands off. Do not work with them, do not tell them what to do not ask them for any guidance except for taking their annual report. So within this government, you will see. So the problem is that the legislation says is that that council was responsible for the minister and to support the minister. So the last government bound the minister's hands and didn't have any authority over that council. So because of that and the wishing to support as many services as possible, what we're doing in this government is we're actually looking at changing the act for the Status of Women Council. So I can't say what that looks like yet because we're working with the Status of Women, but recognizing that we need a unit. You cannot have a Status of Woman, a Minister of Status of Woman, very critical, without having staffing. So this is about getting the proper support so that the Minister of Status of Woman no longer in this government will have one person trying to save the world. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I was in the last assembly too, and anything I can do to support the independence of the Status of Women Council, I'm happy. I'm right there for them, and they need to be independent and be able to give the minister and this government whatever advice they see fit and have the resources to do so. So I just wanted to get that on the record, and there should be no confusion about their independence whatsoever. And I think it already exists in the current legislation. If we want to reinforce that and improvement, let's do it. Let's do it quickly. But they are and should always be independent of this government and adequately resourced. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Madam Premier, do you have any comments?
Madam Chair, I think the member just answered his last question himself. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Does anybody have any further questions? Member for N.W.T.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just clarity. It's like a thought to myself when you start saying agreement by March 31st for offshore oil and gas. That's like music to my ears, because this territory, we're resource rich and we're cash poor, right? And potentially this could get the whole Beaufort Delta back to work. So that being said, we should really, I'm in full support of what you're doing in regards to getting this done, because my riding, with all the oil and gas we have up there, I mean, we're going to make your diamond mines look small down here. So it's all good though. Thank you. I support you, Madam Premier, and thank you, Mr. Golden. Keep up the good work, and that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Any comments, Madam Premier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's, that's devolution. It's about having northern voices for northern territories, and I am also a strong component of northern people. We live here. We have to have a say in what we do with our onshore and offshore. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Are there any further questions under the Directorate? Seeing no further questions, please turn to page 119. Executive and Indigenous Affairs Directorate Operation Expenditure Summary 2021-2022 Main Estimate $6,511,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. We will now move on to the Executive Council offices beginning on page 122 with information items on page 124. Questions? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, the active positions, page 124. Can we just get some explanation as to the extra position and whether there's other positions being deleted and added? What's that kind of information would actually be more helpful to have in the future, as well if there's positions going in and out on that page. But what's the extra position this year or next year going to be? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe it's the communications, but I'll ask Amy Kennedy for confirmation.
Yes, Ms. Kennedy?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The addition of a position in this area is the new senior communications analyst position that's being transferred. The position's being transferred from cabinet secretary or cabinet support, sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Member for Frame Lake?
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I'm just trying to understand this. So one of the communications persons who's working for cabinet support is now going to be working for cabinet communications? Sorry, maybe I just, can I get another explanation? Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, the board registry position is being deleted, and then the extra communications is being put in here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Frame Lake?
Thanks, Madam Chair. How many people already work at cabinet communications? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Kennedy will look it up in our, so I turn that to Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy.
I don't have the exact number here. Oh, here we go. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, I don't have the exact number of cabinet communications people right here within my information.
Thank you. Maybe, Madam Premier, you'll get back to the member with that. Thanks. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So this extra position, is that position going to be working with the minister or the premier or all of cabinet? Sorry, I'm confused at the best of times. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So each minister has cabinet communications support, kind of switch between sharing with them. However, with the COVID-19, the Premier's position was, I heard from the Assembly over and over again, get out there more, get more things in the paper, and so this position is actually geared towards the Premier's office, and so that's why you see the Facebooks coming more, you'll see more messaging, you see every 2 weeks we're out there in front of the cameras, but it also works very closely with the and I don't know what Sean's position is, Director of Cabinet Communications. I might be giving him a demotion in title, but the head of Cabinet Communications, they work very closely together to ensure that the whole of Cabinet gets the support necessary. But it is specifically mostly for the Premier's office. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, look, I'm happy that the Premier is going to get some extra communication support. I just wondering whether how all the rest of it fits together within cabinet and across G&W.T. Has there actually been a review of the communications function within G&W.T. Ever done? And if so, how recent is it? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know we're working on it, but I don't know if we've done a review, so I'll turn that to Martin Goldney.
Thank you, Mr. Goldney.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm aware of two reviews in relatively recent memory, so they would have been, and those reviews informed the transformation efforts that we began to implement in 2018. So they would have been shortly before that time period. I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I don't recall offhand just when they were done precisely.
Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Maybe I could ask the Minister if she could commit to give us those reports or summaries of them or something, just so we can see what's there. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that lots of government documents get put on shelves and hard time to find, but I will try to find those documents as my commitment. In fact, I want to look at them myself. So, Madam Chair, absolutely. If we can find them, we will produce them.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, well, we'll have a great time comparing notes then afterwards, so appreciate that commitment. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. No further questions? Okay. Are there any further questions under Executive Council offices? Seeing no further questions, please turn to page 123. Executive and Indigenous Affairs, Executive Council Offices, Operation Expenditure Summary, 2021-2022 main estimates, $4,460,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee, please turn to Indigenous and Intergovernmental Affairs beginning on page on page 125 with information items on 128 to 131. Questions? Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is one of my main concerns, I guess, because I don't see any progress, and I haven't been briefed yet, but with regards to settlement of claims and implementation of claims. Some of the concerns that I listened to on the weekend from a couple of Aboriginal groups is that most of the time people are going without mandates negotiators are going without mandates to the meetings, and I just wonder if that is going to change. That's my first question, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is a misconception that the negotiators on behalf of the N.W.T don't have mandates, but actually they do have mandates. The difficulty is sometimes if there is an ask that is more than they are mandated to do, and then they can't sign those off. They're negotiators. They are not ministers. Anything that has a financial number to it cannot be signed by any individual member, even a minister, unless it's an approved budget. So if it's a financial ask or something like that, it does have to come through the Executive Council. So that is the issue. It's not that they don't have mandates. It's when the mandates limits are exceeded that they have to come back and get more approval. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been part of the implementation of the Salt River Claim, and federal negotiators have access to the Deputy Minister in Ottawa to make a decision. We don't have that here. So they always have to go back, and if you only have 2 meetings or 3 meetings a year, you'll never get a claim settled. So I'm wondering if there's a way that we could kind of have an idea if we could expedite some of these claims, because when you settle a claim, it's beneficial to the area that the claim is settled. There's always financial input into the community, there's jobs, and I'm concerned about, especially with my area, which is the implementation of the Salt River Claim to its fullness, and I'm also concerned about the N.W.T. Métis Nation claim. There's not a lot of movement, and I'm concerned about that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I would beg to offer, there's been quite a bit of movement within this government on the status of the claims at this point, more so in the previous government that I was part of Cabinet. So with the N.W.T. Métis Nation process, we've come to a place that we have a framework agreement for the self-government that is just, I think it's just less than a month we've settled that. With the Manitoba and Athabasca Denisula need transboundary negotiations. We have an agreement in principle. We're just going for consultation with the Indigenous governments, applicable Indigenous governments within here. And with the Acknowledgements First Nations, we have an agreement in principle that I believe we're just at the point of signing, which will come. So thank you, Madam Chair. So we have made progress.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Tabacha.
Madam Chair, I met with a group on the weekend, and there was a group that is very concerned about the transboundary agreements that are coming forth with the Denis Soleil and the Manitoba group, because they said that once that's signed, because the previous government was in court and with litigation with that. And now it seems to be that we're going along with the federal government and letting them do that. And so anytime there's any development within those areas, the people in the territories are subject to Section 35. And we have to agree to consult to them when it's our land. Those are big issues, and people are really, really concerned about that. They're also concerned that they're also going to get seats on the Mackenzie Valley Water Board. So there'll be, there'll be three of them. There's three, I think, that are wanting to go on, like part of this whole Denis Soleil and the Manitoba group or whatever. Those are agreeing to transboundary agreements within the Northwest Territories is unacceptable. That's what I was told. It's unacceptable. And it's going to be a big topic because we are not going to be going into Saskatchewan and Manitoba and start claiming lands there. Let's be reasonable about this, okay? I'm from here, born and raised, Indigenous to this area. Salt River has lands right next to where the Denis Soleil want to go, okay? So every time the Salt River wants to do something, and we always have to go to consult once they're there. Those kind of agreements are not okay. And as an MLA for Tabacha and representing these two groups, I will not be in favor of something like that. Because they've already told me that they're not, and I know you're going to go and consult, but going to consult and putting in people at a meeting, Martin knows this, is not consulting. People have extreme concerns about this whole thing with the transboundary. And the federal government, we should not be agreeing to that. We're not going to be going to claim land next to Edmonton, even though the Northwest Territories paid for all of Edmonton to grow up, because we all have to go there if we want to go anywhere else. So, I'm very strong about that because I've talked to both sides. I've also talked to people from both claims, and they have a very, very much a concern about that. So I just want you, I know I'm going to be on SCREA, and I'm going to have a look, and I'm going to be briefed and everything, but those are, I have to make sure that people understand what's happening here, because not everybody has been a chief in a negotiation process, and it's not a good process sometimes. I mean, Martin knows that. We've had our differences. We've also had our, whatever, and we're still friends today. But it's just that transboundary thing is a major, it's going to be a major hurdle. And the previous government under Premier McLeod, okay, you were part of that government, and he was in litigation with that, and now all of a sudden I see that they're going to get lands there, and that's a major concern. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to start and then...
Member, yeah.
With that, I'll start by saying I had made the assumption when I first started that you're right. Any transboundary would be objected by all Indigenous governments within the N.W.T, but that's not so in the Gwich'in. On the Beaufort Delta is my understanding, because the Gwich'in do travel more, and so in talking to Ken Smith, it's a little bit different up there. The transboundary in the southern area is going to be contentious. My understanding was that before the federal government was doing this, they were doing it with us at the table or not. And so, yes, Bob's government was fighting to say, let us at the table, at least let us be at the table, because they were going to sign it off, be a done deal, and not even ask for consultation in the north. They have that power. So we actually, my understanding is that we actually finally got to the table and we're asking for consultation. I did meet with the group when they signed the agreement in principle, and they asked me point blank, how do you think the Indigenous governments will take this in the consultation? And point blank, Madam Chair, I said to them, each of them, they will take it. My gut, I don't know, but my gut is telling me they will take it as well as you would take it if Indigenous governments from the N.W.T were coming into your territory. So that is my last conversation that I had with them. I do not expect the consultation on this side to go well, but I do know that if we're not at the table, we're in danger. The federal government has been pretty clear that that they have the power. Madam Chair, if Deputy Minister may want to, if he wants to expand, I'm not sure.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Just going to remind the members and remind the witnesses and everybody to talk through the chair and refrain from speaking directly to staff, like the witnesses. Thank you. Did you have anything further to add, Mr. Goldney?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Madam Chair. Maybe I'll just add quickly that we do acknowledge those have been very challenging negotiations, and we do expect to hear concerns from those that are being consulted with, and we do expect that we will have to listen and carefully consider everything that we hear before decisions are made. That is the goal of the consultations, but we also have to recognize that there are balancing required, and there is value in settling these long-standing grievances and disputes. So I'm sure all of the views will be considered carefully. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Goldney, and I know this is very near and dear to our member from Tabacha and with her past of negotiations, and so I'm going to move on to member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, just looking at the line item for Aboriginal Intergovernmental Meetings Fund, I see that last year we were at 600 and this year we're at 300, and I'm just wondering if the 300 is enough for what this government intends to accomplish with their priorities. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Absolutely. At this point, the meeting fund, so there's kind of, well, it's not really confusing. Basically, we take turns with the bilaterals, which are the meetings between executive and the Indigenous governments. One year it's in their, or one meeting it's in their territory, and the next it's in Yellowknife. It just happens that there'll be more in Yellowknife on this time. But the bigger thing is that we're in COVID-19. We didn't use all the money, and unless something changes throughout Canada, I don't know. We won't be doing a lot of traveling until a minimum, the end of March, until 75% is vaccinated. Some Indigenous governments want in person, they want to come to Yellowknife. Other ones don't even want to see us. They just want people to stay away from our communities. So we are projecting that we won't need any more than this in the coming year. Unless the borders open, I mean, we're looking at September for the South. So if there is need more, then we will find it internally. But at this point, we are projecting that a lot of meetings for this area will be on video conferencing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I see that there is a sunset of funding for the Deputy Secretary for the Federal Engagement Strategy. I'm wondering if the Premier can speak to that, please.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I'm going to try to be politically correct. Within the last government, we did have this position brought up. It was felt that the relationship with the federal government was not really strong. It was felt that we didn't have enough representation within in Ottawa, negotiating with the federal government. However, what I'd like to say is that within this government, we have striven desperately. I say that to my ministers all the time. It's easy to say no to someone you don't like. It's really difficult to say no to someone you like. So I've carried that forward, and I say it constantly to my ministers. So we have worked at the relationship with the federal government, and I meet with them on a weekly basis most often because of the COVID-19. So at this point, I would say that our relationship with the federal government is probably one of the strongest that we've had in many, many, many years. So at this point, we feel that we do not need that position because we're meeting weekly, and the federal government is working with us, and our relationship is strong. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, during the 18th Assembly, one of the concerns that I understood was that there was a question of whether or not federal ministers in Ottawa understood the reality of life in the Northwest Territories. And this was one of the tasks that the Deputy Secretary for Federal Engagement was tasked with accomplishing. And I'm wondering if this is still a concern for this government. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, absolutely. That was the priority, as they didn't know enough about the North. But again, because of COVID-19, we have been meeting weekly with the Prime Minister and Chrystia Freeland. Like, I have access to the top ministers and ministers as well across the table. Have actually, the meetings have increased because of it. So, and the other thing too is we work very closely with the Yukon government and the Nunavut government. And because of that tightness that we've formed and really strengthened those relationships as well, you are seeing things for the North. So I don't think that we have, I think they are understanding within the COVID is a great example. They identified Indigenous communities. They could have just said reserves. That's often what one of the problems we had in the N.W.T was all the money for Indigenous people went to reserves versus off reserve, which is the majority of us. But because of the advocacy within the Nunavut, ourselves, and the Yukon government, the 3 territories are getting vaccinations quicker than any jurisdiction in the whole country. That in itself, Madam Chair, speaks to the relationships that we formed with this federal government. So I do think that the federal government does have a better understanding. Do they understand us completely? Absolutely not. And they will not understand us completely until they can at least come and fly here, not just in and out and stay at the Explorer Hotel and leave, but until they actually live here. So like I say, Madam Chair, at this point, we do not feel that this position is necessary, and in the spirit of trying not to leave the next government with no money, if we have a position that we don't feel is necessary, why would we continue with it? Although, in fairness, the position was wonderful, the person did a great job, but it's not necessary at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, one of the responsibilities of this position was to put together a federal engagement strategy to guide the relationships and not only the relationships, but also kind of the key messaging coming out of the Northwest Territories. Is this strategy something that still exists today or is being updated with this government? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, that position is still responsible for doing it. But in fairness to the position and in fairness to my own office staff, you know, that work has actually been done across departments. The Principal Secretary, the Cabinet Secretary have spent a lot of time with that. So we're still using that position a little bit, but it does not justify the amount of money. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I guess it's always wonderful to hear that relationships are going well. I think that's really important. And I'm happy to hear that they are effective relationships and that ministers are speaking with federal ministers, and life in the north is kind of becoming more clear to federal ministers. And so I'm wondering if the Premier feels that potentially we'll be looking at 100% fully funded infrastructure projects then, given that federal ministers understand life in the north better now. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's part of my ask. However, we can't just say that a good relationship means that they're going to give us 100%, because they're not giving 100% to any jurisdiction. And I would like to say that the federal ministers also have their own jurisdictions. They're also, they also want to get reelected again. So if they're not even given their own, then, I can't expect that they would, just because they understand the needs, that they would just give us all the money. However, in saying that, doesn't mean I'm not asking for it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, my nod, sorry, was I'm done. But since we're here, no, I think that even though they have their own ridings to serve, that the Northwest Territories is unique in its needs and is unique in its history, and that speaks for something. And I think that anybody, regardless of where they live, wants to be able to see that people have a fair shot at basic infrastructure. So I'm happy that Cabinet is asking for 100% infrastructure dollars, and I encourage them to keep doing so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members, we don't have enough time for another member to get through their 10-minute questions, so I will have turn it to Mr. Norn.
Oh, I can't touch it right. Hang on here, give me a minute. Yeah. Madam Chair, I ask that we rise and report progress.
Good job.
There's a motion on the floor to report progress. The motion in order, non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? The motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress.
May I have the report, please? Member for N.W.T. Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering Committee Report 8-19-2, Minister Statement 77-19-2, Table Document 165, 166, 167, and 286-19-2, and would like to report progress. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Do we have a seconder? Member for Nahende. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion is carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Orders of the day for Friday, February 12th, 2021 at 10 a.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, recognition of visitors in the gallery, replies to budget address, day 7 of 7, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to commissioner's address, petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motions, motion 28-19-2, notice of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, Committee Report 8-19-2, Minister Statement 77-19-2, Table Documents 165, 166, 167, and 282-19-2, Report of Committee of the Whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Friday, February 12th, 2021 at 10 a.m.